Attention to the pits. Like to welcome everybody out to points race weekend here at SIR. Got a little bit of a later start today, so we kind of needed it after last night's huge explosion on the track with parts everywhere. We spent over 4 hours cleaning up that mess. So it's very critical. Just a reminder today that Just a reminder to everybody that if you do experience any trouble, try to pull over to the right or left and try to come to a stop as soon as possible. Totally forgot about driver's meeting this morning, everybody. We're supposed to be moving them to Saturday morning. Totally forgot with everything going on this morning, trying to get, like I said, the cleanup done. Just a reminder, everybody, run order for today is Pro, Super Pro, Testing, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. Please come up when you're called. Also, if I got anybody licensing, make sure you've talked to me today. Also, come up to the lanes that we designate you to come to. Also, just a reminder that when we are racing later, courtesy staging is not mandatory, but we do encourage it. Also, don't forget auto start is on. And for Super Pro running crosstalk, make sure if you're not running crosstalk, you have the N after your dial-in. Also, a reminder to the guys going down the track, make sure in the top end there's 2 turnoffs on the left-hand side, and always right away goes to the left-hand car. So at this point, you guys should have already been up and through tech already. Once again, the run order is Pro, Super Pro, Testing, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. So at this time, if I can get all SIR staff to their positions, please. Okay, once again, if I can get all SIR staff to their positions, please. Attention to the pit, attention to the pit. Pro, you can start making your way to stage lanes 5 and 6. Pro to stage lanes 5 and 6. Once they are full, you can move over to 3 and 4. So once again, first call for Pro to stage lanes 5 and 6, please.
Well, good morning, Russ and Raylene, and as well all the racers and crews from all parts of Saskatchewan. I don't know, maybe a little bit of Alberta out there. Few new cars. Colin G and family back with that beautiful S10. Follow him on Facebook. Boy, a lot of craftsmanship going into that vehicle. No, he's not getting rid of it. He's keeping that one, which is good. What a work of art. Colin G and his family up from Regina. As well, we got to thank, hey, Heads Up Havoc. Unfortunately, I had some back issues. I couldn't make it out that day, but heard a lot of the racers loving the racing, so we just got to promote that race. But a lot of great collections of cars out there. So congratulations, Heads Up Havoc. All right, Pro, where's Mr. Giesbrick going? He's always number 1 there. Must have forgot something, right? All right, Pro, let's go. Stage lanes are open, 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. All right, Pro, let's go. We're going to get ahead of the game here. Yes, we're going to try to work with Mother Nature. A couple of different sources here. We're just going to disregard everything. We know we're in Saskatchewan. You're going to get what you're going to get, but we got our fingers crossed, and we're knocking on wood. So hopefully we'll get this weekend off. We do wish everyone, hey, safe racing here today. Safe travels as well if you've been traveling. We do wish everyone a great day of racing here at SIR. And we are into night racing here. That's right, with a little bit later start. And we'll see how it works. So, all right, Pro, let's go. Pro, let's fill those staging lanes. Let's go, Pro. All right, on place to their positions here. I just got to spread a word here. We did lose someone earlier this week here. Jerry the King Ruth. He was a 1973 Top Fuel NHRA champion. Yes, he did grace SIR back in the early 70s when the Howards operated Southwinds Raceway. So Jerry Ruth, what a legacy, successful racing career. And he was at SIR way back in the day. So our condolences to that family as well. The Jantz family out of Lanigan, our condolences to Elaine. There we go. Sparky, that's right. Ian Jantz ran the Maverick, high voltage Maverick here for years. One of the nicest racers you ever meet. So our condolences to the Jantz family out of Lanigan. And as well, our kind thoughts to Rick Couture. That's right. The fighting guy. That's right. He was getting his Pro Mod license. He got involved with an accident. And as well, Marvin Blaney. Boy, oh boy, what an explosion on the starting line. And boy, he had a lot of burns. So we do wish you guys a good recovery. But wow, a couple fiery explosions down south. All right, looks like we're just almost there. So once again, final call for Pro. Final call for Pro. Let's go. And hey, congratulations to Russ Flamin, Cody Russo as well. Ed Desjardins doing a wonderful job. Heads Up Havoc, a lot of great comments that day about that race. And hey, first annual, sounds like the racers are in. So hey, let's get the crowds out here. Let's spread the word on that racing. What a great group of racers here. Amazing what you do when you put money on the line, right? But either way, congratulations, guy. Russ Flamin and Cody Russo for putting on the Heads Up Havoc. It used to be called the Fastest Streetcar Shootout. We did run it with our feature race, but we found it's just getting a little bit too big of out of hand. So we decided to do a separate feature for that. And it went over well. So let's get the word out for next year. All right, and Sean just taking the Kubota down the track. I'd like to thank Kubota, a new sponsor this year, sponsoring us with the side-by-side there. And as soon as the last-minute adjustments are made, we'll get underway here. So final call for Pro. You guys are in staging. Final call. And how's Matt Dixon doing today? Matt doing okay? Sounds like he's talking to somebody here. He's got that Comet back up from Regina. Met him with the Causies earlier this year. What a neat car. Never seen that year of a Comet. Not a lot to it, folks, but sometimes I get a little excited when I've never seen a car before, and you get to see it up close, right? I'm a car guy. Well, looking down the left-hand lane here, got to thank the Scribner crew. Boy, oh boy, putting some grandstands up, and look at that. 2 new sections. Looks like they're ready to go. Yes, thank you, guys. And thank you to all the volunteers. That's right. It looks really good. Thank you, Floyd. All right, Jody's working the beer gardens here today. She'll be opening up in a little bit. I gave her my receipt. That's right. Racers and Crews, if you're drinking Great West product, if you could forward us your receipt. I gave the actual receipt to Jody in the beer gardens. You can email it or text it to Anita Hendry. I believe she prefers email. So either way, but if you're drinking Great West product, if we buy a certain amount, Great West has a program where they reward us a point system. So once again, if you're drinking beer and if it doesn't matter what you're drinking, hey, it is Great West, right? I like my original 16. Well, if you got to grab something to eat yet, that's right. Hector's Grub Hub, the Enns family are back again this year running the concession. And it's been a kind of a weird year so far, but hey, we're only in July, right? We're in Saskatchewan. Wait a half an hour and the weather's going to change. Right now, looking at the starting line, don't have much of a wind, so that's cool. But either way, yes, if you need something to keep you going here today, come on down, Hector's Grub Hub. They've got pizza. They've got some gluten-free items to the menu. And, of course, we scream, you scream. Yeah, it gets a little embarrassing, right? The police show up, so just go to Hector's and grab some ice cream. There we go, right? And once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors in the different classes here in Pro. It is the Queen City Performance. And then we've got in Super Pro, OK Tire, Performance Plus and Sportsman, Butler Buyers, Junior Dragster, and Junior Street Legal. And, of course, our friends Brad Hamilton and Audio Warehouse Street Legal once again. So once again, thank you all our sponsors, as well as Kubota Tractor, as well as our signboards, VP Fuel. And, hey, Tiger Automotive celebrating 40 years of business here in Saskatchewan. So congratulations to our friends at Tiger Automotive. Well, I was on Facebook a little bit. Yeah, Street Legal, I guess, got shortened yesterday. Unfortunately, that is drag racing. A couple of culprits on that one where we lost some antifreeze. Usually water's easier to clean up, but a lot of it is street cars, right? So unfortunately, it was about an hour cleanup for that, and then somebody lost their tranny yesterday as well. So hopefully everyone's okay on that. But wow, what a monumental Street Legal yesterday. A couple of fiascos going on. All right, first time trials of the day. What these guys are doing, they're qualifying. Whoever's got the best reaction time, that's how you react to the Christmas tree, will get some privileges with bye runs as well as lane selection. Right now, it's the Cam Buster out of Yorkton, Frank Mahozoff with the Chevy Nova, Napa Auto Parts, Value Tires, Sturgis Tire, OK Tire. Boy, he's got a lot of tire sponsors. Frank getting the time slip. Austin Samoleski, second generation Samoleski Racing. Well, Frank Bozoff had the red eye, but it is Austin Samoleski reaching the top end first. 1086. 1208 for our friend out of Yorkton. Well, he's going to switch it on me here. Richie Harder running the S10 here today. Usually running a dragster. Getting the time slips our friends out of Regina. Brian Hicks. We know the 69 Chevelle. He's been drag racing here at SIR for a number of decades. All right, and don't adjust your set, folks. That's right. I believe Ian Spocker's out here again with the drone. Check him out on Facebook. He's took some great footage for us here. Right now, Richie Harder got through to 1027, 131 miles an hour for the S10, 1114. $118 miles per an hour by our friend Brian Hicks out of Regina with the Chevelle. All right, David Giesbrick out of Aberdeen with the Malibis getting the time slip with Perry Duncan. 66 Biscayne. Well, David Giesbrick left a little too quick with a red eye. 013, 9838. Perry Duncan got to work on that line a little bit. Giesbrick with the red eye gets through the quarter mile at 10:38. Perry Duncan's time at 12:26. All right, Rob Phillips, love the 63 Pontiac Acadian out of Lloydminster, Alberta, getting the time slip. Camden Fiesel out of Regina, junior dragster now running a 79 Nova. Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, his sponsor. And yes, he'd like to wish his brother Taylor, that's right, he's 30 years old today. Happy birthday, Taylor. We'll wait for you to come up. Well, Rob Phillips got the red eye, 080 red light, 040 for Camden. Camden got through with the good light, 1039, 999 with the red eye. Rob Phillips. All right, Randy Stowe is back from Medicine Hat with the 95 Chevy S10. City Auto out of Medicine Hat and Schuler Enterprise out of Bigger, his sponsors. Getting the time slip out of Outlook, that is Jared McIntosh, a 66 Chevelle. Randy Stowe got through action time at 044 to a 126, but it is McIntosh. Stop the clocks at 9:72, 12:12 the time for Randy Stowe. Well, that's not Richie Harder. That, I believe, is Amy Schwab driving the S10. All right, our friend out of Regina, Ken Daly, going to ride the back wheels, pull the front wheels of 71 Dart. He's going to get the time slip of Tyson Darrenowski out of Saskatoon, running the 99 S10. How about that rider game last night? Oh, that's right, it's postponed till today. Incredible, eh? Well, double red eyes back on the strip here, but it looks like Daly will get to the top end first. Dart gets through to 10:27. Darrenowski's time at 10:99. All right, Walter Fruit Loop for Nets. That's right, New York is big, but he's from bigger Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip at Floyd Scribner with the Pink Panther out of Saskatoon. Walter left a little too quick with the red eye. 012 red eye. 073 reacts time for Scribner. Scribner pulls over, says, yeah, something's not right. So we do ask everyone, yes, just pull over to the side of your guardrail road and just kind of stop. We will come and grab you just in case we got any fluids. Looks like Floyd's still under power, but I think we may want to check it out. All right, yeah, we're just going to take a look at the VP fuel lane, make sure everything is safe to go. And we'll get underway as soon as we can. We'll keep you posted. Right now, yes, come on down, Hector's Grub Hub. Talk to April and Brad and the rest of the crew. Pizza this year as well. Gluten-free items added to the menu. And ice cream, of course. I think it's going to be an ice cream kind of day. All right, looking at the track there, Mr. Bedford getting ready, setting it up. That's right, Rich Bedford Photography. Check him out on Facebook. If you got your ride, he's got probably a picture of you this year. And boy, he captured a few moments previously in this earlier season. Some guys pulling the wheels a little bit more than they usually do, which is kind of neat. And he did capture them, so good job there on Mr. Bedford. Rich Bedford, a veteran drag racer here for a number of years. Raced with Charlie McIntosh for a number of years. Raced for himself with the old 56. So definitely knows drag racing here at Saskatchewan. Rich Bedford. All right, the Johnson family out of Lumsden. That's right. Dale and Lori going up with Mark Harris, getting the time slip. Harris out of Saskatoon. Frank, is that a Winnipeg Bomber jersey? Oh, that's a Napa shirt. I thought it was Winnipeg. Yeah, you should take that shirt off. You could get mistaken for a Winnipeg Blue Bomber fan. And it wouldn't be pretty. Yeah, it wouldn't be pretty, Frank. All right, back at the racetrack here. Mark Harris got through the top end, 11:29. Dale Johnson, 11:88. Johnson definitely got through axe time in 057 to a 154. All right, looks like Heather Bennett going to do a single pass. She's out of White City. That's right. She was a rookie driver last year. She's got a full year under her belt. She is doing wonderful. Let's see what she does this year. All right, top end. She's through at 11:10, 119 miles an hour. All right, our next pair from southern Saskatchewan out of the Belgoni, it is Kelly Kreutzer with the S10, Andrew L. with the Dodge truck, the D100. All right, Kelly Kreutzer reaches the top end first with a red eye, 945, 121 miles an hour. Andrew L. with the red eye got through to 976 as well. All right, our next pair, Kimmy G out of Saskatoon. She's been racing for a few years. Pontiac Hot Pink 68 Acadian. Getting the time slip, Marchuk family, that's right. Martin and Lorraine. We didn't go to the football game last night. They were there, but unfortunately, I guess it got scheduled for today. All right, you see the drone once again. We are doing some filming here. Oh boy, Kim Gallagher with a negative 0008. So it is not a perfect light. Top end, she threw at 11:22, 10:35, the number for Martin Marchuk. All right, our next pair, I'm actually watching a show on TV. It's called Duster. It's kind of a Starsky and Hutch kind of knockoff, but either way, it's kind of neat seeing all the Mopars in that show. Dwight Grzybowski out of Martinsville, first generation Grzybowski, 77 Duster. Getting the time slip at the Barracuda. Anita Henry, we'd like to thank Glenn. We'd like to thank him as well. OK Tire and Henry's Motorsports. All right, Grzybowski got the reaction time, 11:80, 10:84 for Anita Henry. All right, Super Pro, we need you to stay to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, guys, sorry, yes, we're running Pro, then we're gonna run Super Pro, the run order today, followed by testing. So only come up when the test class is called. And then we're going to go with Sportsman, Junior Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. So that's the run order here today. Super Pro, we need you in staging. All right, good to see the Oldsmobile back out of Regina. Dale Weiss getting the time slip with the 64 Savoy. That is David Kestra. And double red eyes. Double red eyes mean they left a little too quick. Green light didn't come on. Instant disqualification during elimination rounds. Dave Kaster still gets the number for a quarter mile. 10:56, 10:36 for Dale Weiss. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. All right, Mike Kilbride Jr. out of Regina, the 70 Blue Dart. With out of Regina as well, Ryan Appleby, the new stripe on that 68 Charger. I like it. And what's the starting line? Mopar with Mopar. We're going to say that quite a bit over the weekend. Wow, there's the watch of the Charger. Ryan Appleby, both red eyes. 012 red light for Appleby, 018 for Kilbride. Kilbride through 1129, 985, the number for Ryan Appleby. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, Braden Haru out of the burnout box first. We know the 442, second generation Haru racing. Braden's getting the time slip with Jake's Fiesel news ride, and I like the way he pulls the front wheels. 87 Camaro out of Regina, Jake Fiesel. Well, Fiesel with the red eye, 027 reaction time for Braden. Braden gets to the quarter mile first, the 948. 1048 for the Camaro out of Regina. All right, we got Mopar with Pontiac this round. That's right. The bad influence of Doherty, the Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. Getting a time slip with Mason. We know these guys, Mason and the crew, graduating out of junior dragster. Now running their own Trans Am. That's right. The Mullet Mafia, they call themselves. Mason like to thank Limitless Auto Boutique, SCS Contracting, Boss, Lubricants, J Products, and Team Boss Blue. Well, red eye for Doherty at 128 reaction time. Mason got through to 1027. Doherty through to 1018. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Let's go, Super Pro. All right, that is the Camaro and Outlook. Jansen Atten getting the time slip with Regina's Mike Alexander. And Alexander won the first race earlier this season. Let's see what he does later this week. this season. How about that? 039 to an 037 reaction time. Top end, Alexander with the Belvedere through to 1018. 1064 the time for Jansen Atten. All right, our next pair out of Southern Saskatchewan, Emerald Park, that's Mark Bennett, 71 Duster. Up against Sun, that's right out of White City, running the Ford Mustang. Well, red eye for Mark Bennett. Brandon got an 038 reaction time. So the Mustang gets through to 922 with a clean light. 929 with the red light. Mark Bennett. All right, Fuzzy out of Regina, Dave Kerr running that beautiful 62 Fury. First call testing, first call testing. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Well, Dave on off the throttle here, 030 reaction time. He's just going to wait for the next round, I believe. All right, Kim Menard, last year's winner. Up with Mark Diggin of Osler, getting the time slip. Mark with the red eye. 018 reaction time for Kim Menard. Kim Menard through 9:16, 9:48 the time for Mark Dick. All right, on to Milford. That is the Malibu of Brian Taylor leaving the burnout box. We've got Door Slammer with the dragster. That's right, Richard and Jones Scope got a Saskatoon getting the time slips. All right, our next pair out of Regina. I seen this car earlier this year. Love it. 67 comment. Well, that's actually Matt Jessup, and they added 4 more cylinders. They ran a 4-cylinder dragster for a few years. Well, no, they're 8-cylinder now. 2008 Bantam altered. Did they put the 4-cylinder back in? Well, inquiring minds need to know. Matt Dixon's running that 67 Comet. And I'll tell you, take a look at it. What a beautiful flat black car. And I gotta say, flat black is the fastest color out there, isn't it? Well, with the red eye, it is Matt Jessup going through the top end at 899 with the Bantam altered, 143 miles an hour. Matt Dixon got through X time in 011. How about a 997, 143 miles an hour? All right, our next pair, Jack Appleby making his way on the starting line. It's Mopar with Mopar. First generation Appleby with the 72 Dart. It's Chris Kurgester of Dundurn running the Belvedere. And it's a 65. Once again, never seen one of those. A 1965 Belvedere. A little bit different. Well, clean start at the line. Kurt Gessner almost a perfect light at 008. No perfect light just yet. 026 for Appleby. Kurt Gessner crosses the line to 961. 942 for our friend Jack Appleby. Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Testers, let's go, testers. All right, Barney's back. Jason Howell, Lloydminster, Alberta. Like to thank his wife, his kids, SIR staff, and the Lord above getting the time split. Darren McBain switching vehicles. Usually running the dragster, now behind the wheel of the Sunbeam Alpine. And it is Howell got reaction time, an 021 to an 039 for McBain. And McBain through 980, 1037 for Barney. Arlene Harder's back with the 697 CUDA. She's out of Saskatoon getting the time split, but Travis McBain, that's right. Dad McBain running the Diamond Drag. Rear end dragster. Well, the dreaded red light for Harder, 028 reaction time for Travis McBain, and it will be the dragster through the top end first. Travis's time is 788, 170 miles an hour. How about a 935, 143 miles an hour for the door slammer? All right, Richie Harder is driving the dragster here today. It looks like Amy Schwab running the S10. And boy, oh boy, how about an 003? Almost a perfect light. Through the top end of 770, 174 miles an hour. All right, the BBJ 5-star Camaro, Barry Stettner out of Regina, getting the time slip with Scott Yaremko. Sportsman, we need you to stage and lanes. First call for Sportsman, final call for testers, final call for testers. And once again, I forgot to mention a little bit earlier, 106.9 on that FM dial. Don't miss your call to staging. 106.9 on the FM dial. Well, your rep go with the red light. Oh boy, 005. Stetner 010 light. Your rep go with the red eye. Got through to 828, 164 miles an hour, 972 for Stetner, 141 miles an hour. All right, Jamie Fiesel back in order again with the Bantam altered out of Pasqua Lake. All right. Jamie Fiesel getting the time slip with Rick DeGeese. The car is still for sale. I can't believe it. What a beautiful car. Rick DeGeese out of Saskatoon, 68 Nova. Lots of history behind that vehicle. Well, clean start of the line. The Geese almost a perfect light. 009, 018 for Fiesel. Top end. Fiesel through 864, 150 miles an hour. The Geese 150 miles an hour, 896. Second call for Sportsman. Second call for Sportsman in the stage and lanes. And final call for Testers. Final call for Testers. And happy 30th birthday, Taylor Fiesel out of Regina with the dragster. And another Fiesel family reunion here at the track. We love it every race weekend. Taylor with the dragster getting the time slip with Fred Schwab out of Dundurn with the 75 Hornet. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. Well, they did go back to the other engine. They're back to the four-cylinder, the Fromp family. Well, Taylor Fiesel out the gates through the top end at 810, 163 miles an hour. Fred Schwab at 1063, 125 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan, Pasqua Lake. That is Bob Fiesel. We know the dragster. Had a good run last year. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency, his sponsors. Getting the time slip with Rick Brown out of Indian Head. Stripe Shop, Agritactics Agronomy. I'd like to thank the new crew member. That's right, the granddaughter, Sarah Brown. Sarah helping out today. And I'll tell you, Rick's got this Corvette running nice and straight. Well, Fiesel with the dragster got the red light. Brown with the door slammer, 045 reaction time, gets through the top end. How about a 771? 177 miles an hour. Bob Fiesel through a 900, 139 miles an hour. All right, I believe that concludes our Super Pro class. Going into testing now. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, final call. I like this blue cougar out of Aberdeen, Jake Giesbrick. Doing some testing here, got the car back. Getting the time slip with Greg Moore out of Regina, 82 Firebird, and that is one quick Firebird. Greg having some issues a couple weeks ago, says no, we're going to get it straightened out yet. That is a fast car. Well, it looks like he still has a few issues on that. A 111 reaction time of 157. Greg Moore got through it at 909, 136 miles an hour. We know that car can go quicker. Looks like he's still figuring out a few things on it. Well, we know this Plymouth Duster out of Regina, Rob Tangeman. This is a very fast Duster. Watch the starting line. Oh, that car's on its haunches there. That was traction this round. How about an 844, 167 miles an hour? All right, the mouth from the south, Eddie Desjardins doing a great job with the Heads Up Havoc. He's out of Pilot Butte. He wants to have some fun here today, right? He's got his Malibu with Blair Alderton with the Cadillac. Well, Desjardins got direct time in 0.53, and he did cross the line first, the 1060. 1060 for Blair Alderton. It was reaction times at the line. 262 to an 053. Both cars running at 1060 at the top of the quarter mile. Well, the Silver Challenger out of Regina, Steve Gabber. Wow, this is a quick car. Well, with the red eye, Steve Gabber leaving the starting line, gets through at 11:43, 137 miles an hour. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, happy first year anniversary to our friends there, the Armstrongs out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. Mike and Misty right now. Yeah, Sean says we're going to back you up here. He's kind of pointed, a little bit angled. And new motor, new everything on this Mustang. Let's see what they're going to do here. I think they're going to back him up, reline him up. All right, he is back in the track. Yeah, they just laid down some hot rubber there, so that's what they're trying to line up. The best traction available. All right, he said earlier today he's just going to take a few test passes to make sure that car is going to go straight down the track. Looks like we lost something there. We got it cleared up here. But the first pass of the year for our friends, Mike Armstrong. That's right. Mike and Misty out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. First call for Junior Street. First call for Junior Street. That's right, the co-pilot class. All right, Barbara Stetner. She is getting her feet wet. That's right, she's learning how to drag race, and I'll tell you what, she's doing a wonderful job. Keep going, Barbara. Every run going to make you stronger, more confident. All right, Barbara Stetner out the track. Shuts her down, three-quarter track. She left on a red light, but we'll worry about reaction time later. Barbie just wants to get down that quarter mile. Shut down, 14:56. She strolls through. All right, the Flying Fireman out of Regina. Once again, got to thank Russ as well as Cody Russo. Ed DeJarle announcing it. That's right, the Heads Up Havoc. And they'd like to thank Amy and Kaylee. That's right. Kaylee Daranowski and Amy Schwab for helping him. Boy, oh boy, he's crunching that ground. Got to work on the reaction time, but I'll tell you what, Mr. Flaman. How about a 694, 200 miles an hour? 200 mile per hour run here, Russ Flaman. Congratulations. All right, you see the blue mist coming out of that head. It's the new ride of Dawson Sayers, and I'll tell you what, he had a very fast Monte Carlo. Watch this Camaro. But once again, Russ Flaman finally gets the monkey off his back. A 200 mile per hour run, 694 down the quarter mile. Congratulations, Russ Flaman. Dawson Sayers with the red eye got through 826, 163 miles an hour. All right, now into the sportsman class. Amanda Jasic Flamin out of Regina, running the GTA, getting the time slip. Garrett Gerwing makes his home out of Saskatoon, now running the Charger. We know Garrett. Looks like Garrett tried some circle racing the other day. Good for you, bud. Love all types of racing. Well, with the red eye, Amanda Jasic Flamin left the starting line first. She'll get through the first stand. Top end, 1183. 1331 for Garrett Gerwing. All right, final call for Junior Street Legal. Final phone call for the co-pilot Junior Street Legal class. All right, we've got Emmett Weeks. That's right, Ben Weeks' son out of Saskatoon, running the D150. Going to get the time slip with another Mopar, Evan Stephenson. That's right, makes his home out of Saskatoon with the Aspen. And there's Don videotaping. Well, reaction time went to Evan, a 104 to a 187. He got through it at 12:29. Emmett Weeks' time, 14:40. All right, welcome back, Mike. Good first run. All right, and it is Darren Shipko. I'd like to thank the Mullet Mafia as well as Reed Automotive running the 78 Nova. Getting the time slip of Chad. That's right, Hot Wheels Novak running a Mustang now. A little quicker than the Dodge Dart he used to run. Well, red eye for Chad. It's a 127 reaction time for Darren Shimko. And the Orange Nova will cross the line first. 12:44, Chad Novak's time. Runs a 15:77. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again. Chris Langdon out of Regina, 74 Duster. Getting the time slip with the F-150, Matt Hendry. And he had some fun with the quarter-mile drag and drive. Running that Dodge truck. Hendry's Motorsports, his sponsors. Junior Dragster, first call 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. First call Street Legal 5 and 6. Well, Matt Henry almost a perfect right. 008 with the truck. 029 for Langdon. Langdon will cross the quarter mile first. 1181. Matt Henry with the truck crosses, runs 1856. All right, Chantel Hendry with the red eye making her way down the track. She'll get through at a 12:81. Jay Steele, good reacts time in 018 through 13:91 with the Blazer. Well, I had a chance to say good morning to Terry Willard. He brought the AMC Gremlin all the way from Frobisher, Saskatchewan. Where the heck is that? That's the Esteban area. And I'll tell you, we always welcome him. That is an unusual car. You don't see a lot of Gremlins anymore. Well, thank you, Terry, for the big tow. He's going up against Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon. D200 Capper Special. Terry Willard got direct time, 095 to a 140. And he does cross the line first with the Gremlin, a 1296 to a 1304. All right, yes, we got one junior dragster waiting for a couple more. They're going to make their way up. 1 and 2 for junior dragster. And street legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street legal, 5 and 6. Well, Mopar with Mopar. 79 truck out of Prince Albert. It looks like Philip Riesler going up against Hayes, not running electric today. Glenn Wright, I ran into him at the Jazz Festival on Thursday. He says, Mike, I might run the Challenger. Well, 011 reactor time, 199 for Riesler. And Glenn Wright, I don't know, 1141, 119 miles an hour. Nice run, Glenn. First time for this car. It's been parked for a number of years. And yes, it was a good jazz festival. I'd say Jimmy Vaughn, what a professional. Had a 3-horn section in his band, 7 pieces. And the guy is 74 years old. You can tell he's a seasoned veteran. What a great show from him. What the heck? Scott Lalonde out of Regina running the F-150. Do you have any fans out there, Scott? I think there's a yellow Hummer out there. Maybe they're going to cheer for you. Good to see that. Scott Lalonde with the Ford truck getting the time slip with Roy Wright. That's right. Well, if you're right, you're right. You're wrong, you're right. No? I know. We're going to have a lot of fun with that today. But Roy Wright with the Tesla. And I got to say, a very quick Tesla. And that Ford truck, oh boy. Tesla catching up finally. That's not normal. Usually Tesla, their 60-foots are pretty darn good. Roy will get to the top end first with the electric. 1236, 113 miles an hour. 1419 for Scott Lalonde, 94 miles an hour. All right, how's Jody doing in the beer gardens? Got a few people. Yeah, it's a little bit warmer out, kind of beer drinking weather. Once again, I'd like to thank Mackenzie Auto for sponsoring the beer gardens as well as Great West, we mentioned earlier. That if you got any receipts you're buying Great West product, please forward them to SIR. That's right, Anita Hendry, or email, text as well. I just dropped off my slip with Jody earlier here today. Bought some Great West product right now on special at Co-op. So bring your receipt in. They have a program where they give us some free product for how much we purchase, right? All right, back to the dragster up here. We got Keenan Embry out of Balgoni running the Venza with, I don't know this guy. What's his name? Sullivan? Something like that. Okay, Sullivan Groff. We're not going to play around with him, are we? He's a good guy. Well, Sully got the reaction time of 280 to a 540. These cars are going to run only half track, 8 mile. Sully got through at 10:00. 280 reaction to 540 for Keenan. Go through it at 10:31. So, yes, they're racing. They're qualifying just like everyone else. All right, looks like Jack Procopue out of New Lodge running the F-150. It's going to be a single pass. So, yes, all our junior dragsters are there now. Our street legal, we're going to call you 5 and 6 street legal, just in case some of you guys are running sportsman as well. So, street legal 5 and 6, final call. Well, Jack Procopue with the red eye will get down the 8 mile. We'll get the slime slip for that. Just got to leave on the green, right? 1179, 56 miles an hour. Well, they say New York is big, but Walter Fournette is from Bigger. That's right, Bigger, Saskatchewan, 2008 Corvette. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. Some of these cars will be running different classes, so that's why you see them a couple times. They're running a couple different classes here today. Well, Evan Stephenson with the red eye. Fournette's almost a perfect light in 0098. No perfect light just yet. Only first round of time trial so far. 1127 for the Corvette. 1222 for Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe. All right, Chad Hot Wheels Novak back up again with his 2000 Mustang. Getting the time slip. Well, she's from across the world, right? Sarah Stenson out of Indonesia. Just coming in for this weekend to have some fun. No, we're teasing her. Corey's going to be here in 3 weeks. We're waiting for him. And it'll be Stinson family reunion here at SIR. Tembagapura, Indonesia. There we go with Kenora. Sarah Stinson, 1430, took the win, 1501. Well, not take the win. She just crossed the line first, right? Time trials, right, guys? Looks like Walter's got some fans out there. All right, the next pair, part of the Mullet Mafia. That's right, Braden Bentley ran junior dragster for a number of years, now running 97 Trans Am with the other mullets on the sideline, watching him make his pass. Get the time slip. Matt Henry back up with the D150 truck. Well, Matt Henry in the truck left the line quicker in 029, racked time in 090, but Braden Bentley will cross the line first. The Trans Am through to 1506, 90 miles an hour, 72 miles an hour for Matt Henry with the truck. He got through to 1841. Well, we hear one, we don't hear the other. That's right, Roy Wright with the electric Tesla out of Vanscoy. Getting the time slip of them at Weeks out of Saskatoon, second generation Weeks Racing, D150. Roy Wright, 174 reacts time to 244. The Tesla through to 1229, 1442 for Emmett Weeks. Once again, racers and crews, 106.9 on the FM dial. Make sure you got it tuned in. That way you don't miss your call to staging. And looks like we're ready to run our junior dragsters here and conclude our first round of time trials. All right, just checking out the track. Make sure everything's ready to go. Just waiting for the go-ahead. All right, Racers and Crews, just talking to Brenda Goebel. She's going to be opening up the souvenir shop. But right now, we got Victoria Desjardins making her chance down the 8th mile. That's right, junior dragster, 3:42 reaction time. And she is getting stronger with each. How about a 15:88? She's knocking seconds off of that, so she's getting some more confidence. Good job, Victoria. All right, just before we get the next pad here, once again, Racers and Crews, if you want to order a jacket, Brenda Goebel will be in the souvenir shop. Today is the last day to order it, so that way you get one this year. So today's your last chance to order a jacket. There is new stuff, that's right, and it's going fast, she says. She may have to make another order. So either way, the new swag is in the souvenir shop as well. Going to be open 50 for about 5 o'clock. She will be selling 50/50s once again. So thank you, Brenda Goebel. All right, we got the Battle of the Flamens. It's Leah out of Regina up with brother Thomas. And these guys are just learning, right? But they are awesome drag racers. Both out of Regina. And they are both up and running. It is Thomas with the reaction time of 4:04 to a 4:56. And across the 8th mile, it is Leah, 11:89, 12:02 for Thomas. And that does conclude our first round of time trials here. Once again, the better reaction time, you've got lane choice as well. Buy runs and stuff. So once again, that's what qualifying is all about here. All racers doing it in all the classes. And we're just going to prep the track one more time. Well, we mentioned a little bit earlier, that's right, we got Jody in the beer gardens. I gave her my receipt for the Great West product I bought just this last week. That's right, if you got any receipts, please email or... Sorry, I've got a couple things mixed up. But either way, it increases our sponsorship dollars. There we go, Anita. Thank you for clarifying that. But either way, if you buy Great West products, please bring in the receipt, forward it to us, email, text it to us. I gave mine to Jody. I made a copy, and guess what? As long as it says Great Western on that, they do increase our sponsorship here at SIR, so a good program in place. So Jody will look after you. That's right. We want to thank Mackenzie Auto, our beer garden sponsor once again this year with Great West. So make sure you have some fun. But hey, we ask you to have responsible beverages, right? All right, first call, second time trial. Pro, let's go. Pro, let's go. touching up the track here. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, Mr. Giesbeck, you're in line already. You forgot something last round, though. I'm not going to say anything, right? It was probably to go to the bath. Oh, your helmet. That's a very important part of equipment, mister. Good job. So once again, Pro, let's go, Pro. As well, great time to make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. That's right, they added pizza, they've got ice cream, they added some gluten-free items to the menu. Brad and April Ends and crew will look after you here at SIR, once again providing concession. As well, if you guys have a family reunion, anything going on, it doesn't hurt to talk to them. They may be able to help you out. So either way, Hector's Grub Hub, once again providing concession services here at SIR. And the track has been prepped. We're ready to go, so we're just going to wait for Pro. Pro, let's go. All right, so I was just talking to Nita. Okay, Great Western does not give us free product. What they do is they increase our sponsorship dollars. So there we go. I know when I played in a hockey team, they did it a little bit different earlier. But once again, if you have a receipt with Great Western product on it, please forward it to SIR. Email, text it to us. I gave my copy to Jody in the Beer Gardens. That way, it just we get a better sponsorship deal, and it just benefits everybody here at SIR. As well, she wanted to note that the AGM banquet's going to be in Regina November 15th, and there's a block of tickets that are going to be blocked for members until August 31st. Then it's going to be open to the public. If you want to attend in Regina, talk to Anita. So we're going to announce that a few times. AGM meeting and banquet in Regina this year. And I think that's perfect. That's right. We are SIR Saskatchewan International Raceway. So good to have the banquet this year in Regina. All right, the cars are moving. Pro, let's go, Pro. Well, we mentioned, yes, the souvenir booth is open. New swag's in there. If you want to order a jacket, you got to do it today to get it this year. It is the cutoff here today, and they do have new swag, and it's going fast from what Brenda says. So if you're going to grab something, you better grab her quick. Sounds like she may have to restock for the feature, which is kind of nice to hear. So once again, the new swag is in. And there is 50/50s we're selling here today. Once again, all money going to improvements here, and you know there's been a lot of improvements here at SIR over the years. Next year, 60th anniversary of SIR. That's right. I just remember celebrating the 50th. What, 9 years ago? Wow, time's sure flying. So 60 years SIR, Western Canadian, oldest track. And I'll tell ya, great to be that reputation here at Old West here at SIR. And the feature coming up in August, that's right. We know Andy Boschman's making an appearance with the Joker's Wild bike. Andy, initially from Saskatchewan, Saskatoon, does regard SIR as his home track. Second generation Boschman racing, and we all know Andy, he's raced everything, you name it. Jet cars, nitro fuel bikes. Hell, I had a talk with them. They actually raced wheelbarrows back in the 70s here. These guys race everything, right? So it was kind of interesting talking to Andy about that. All right, second time trial here. We should have went through a few things here. Once again, racer, if you have any problems, we ask you to pull over to the guardrail side of your lane and just stop. Just in case we got any fluids leaking and stuff, make clean up a lot quicker. As well, check your overflows, make sure they are connected. Left-hand lane has always had right away here at SIR. You got to wait for the left-hand lane to clear before the right. And remember, there is 2 turn-off lanes, so if you missed the first one, just keep going. Right at the top is another turn-off lane, so keep going. And we do ask you, take your time getting down the return road. We do have a lot of people and crews, so we don't want anyone to get hurt. Brian Hicks, can you come to the tower, please? Brian Hicks, we need you in the tower. All right, getting ready for our second time trial in the pro class. That's right. Once again, thank you, Queen City Performance out of Regina. And there's the drone once again. Don't adjust your sets, folks. Racers, yes, be aware they're going to be behind you. Well, we're doing some drone filming again. That is cool racing here. Frank Mahozoff out of the Cam Buster, the Yorkton. Another member of the Smoking Guns racing team with Floyd Scribner. Getting the time slip with the Malibis out of Aberdeen. David Giesbrecht with the perfect light. 0003. 055 for Frank Mahozoff. And David with the perfect light gets through to 1042, 130 miles an hour. 1210 for Frank Mahozoff. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box. It's Rob Phillips, beautiful black 63 Acadian out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Rob getting the time slip with Floyd Scribner with the Crystal Scribner Pink Panther. That's right, Karika Downhole Services is a sponsor. Well, Floyd Scribner left a little too early. Both cars actually did. A 185 racks in time with Phillips Red Eye. 030 for Floyd Scribner. Scribner will cross the line first, 992 to a 994. Once again, pull. Final call for pull. All right, it's Amy Schwab behind the S10. Good to see this racer back behind the wheel. She's getting the time slip with Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. Second generation McIntosh Racing, 66 Chevelle. Well, Jared McIntosh slept a little too early with the red eye. 031 reacts time for Amy Schwab. The Chevelle will cross the line first with the red eye. 972, 1024 the time for Amy Schwab. Well, I don't think I've ever seen this. Father with daughter getting the time slips. It'd be neat to see him in competition. That's right. First and second generation Grabowski Racing. Dwight Dad in the Duster in the Tiger Automotive lane. Rashina in the VP Fuel lane with the Stolen Dignity Duster. Well, Daddy's got the red eye on this one, not by much. No, 015 red eye, 0178 for a Rashina on the reaction time. She will cross the line first, 10:46, 11:89 for Dad Dwight. All right, Perry Duncan out of Regina, 66 Chevy Biscayne. Going up against Lumsden's Dale Johnson. That's right, Dale and Lori Johnson out of Lumsden with that Camaro. We know the car. Reaction time goes to Johnson at 062 to a 163. And Johnson crosses the line first, 11:26, 124 miles an hour. 12:26, the time on the Biscayne, 107 miles an hour. Well, the truck is back out, the 99 S10. Good to see Tyson Daranoski back behind the wheel. Getting the time slip with Regina. That's right, Fuzzy. Dave Kerr, 62 Fury Plymouth. Well, Tyson a little bit too quick. Got a red eye on that one. An 038 red eye, 077. Good light for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. And Dave will cross the line, 12:40, 11:05 with the red eye, Tyson Daranoski. All right, good to see the black S10 out of Balgoni. That's Kelly Kreutzer. We know the 82 S10. Getting the time slip with Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Glenn Henry, this guy's been drag racing here for decades. And once again, thank you, Glenn, for everything you and Anita do here for us with the track. We do appreciate it, bud. Well, unfortunately, red eye for Kelly Kreutzer, 055 red eye, 020. Good reaction time for Henry. But the S10 will cross the quarter mile first, 9:24, 10:59, the number for Glenn Henry. All right, our next pair out of Regina, Camden Fiesel with the 79 Nova, Martin Marchuk with the 68 Mustang. All right, well, the red eye for Fiesel, 017 reaction time for Martin Marchuk, the Mustang 2 at 10:31, 10:44, the time for Camden Fiesel. And yes, we are streaming. That's right, check us out on YouTube, Saskatchewan International Raceway. Actually, put it in Sask International Raceway and it'll come up. All right, our next pair. Good to see the old mobile back out of Regina, Dale Weist. And he is a true Olds guy running an Olds engine, getting the time slip. Mike Alexander, watch this guy. 64 Belvedere. Well, red eye for Dale Weist. I'll tell you, Alexander's on his game in 011 reaction time. Mid-track, Alexander pulling away, crossing the line at 10:22. 10:43, the number for Dale Weist. All right, the mullet shaker out of Martinsville. Mason Boschman getting the time slip with Perry Fletcher, 64 Belvedere. And I'll tell you, these Belvederes out of Regina, watch the starting line. Gonna pull the wheels on that one. Like to thank Penance Auto Repair, Perry Fletcher. Mason Boschman like to thank Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue. And of course, all the other mullet mania guys, right? The mullet shaker guys. And there's Perry Fletcher's launch, double red eyes. And top end, Fletcher through with the red eye, 10:32, 10:33 with the red eye. That's Mason Boschman. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again out of Balgonia. It is Andrew L. We know this beautiful D100 Dodge truck. Getting the time slip of Anita Hendry out of Dundurn. She'd like to thank Glenn. We'd like to thank Glenn as well as OK Tire and Hendry's Motorsports. Wow, Andrew L. pulling the wheels on that truck at 051 reaction time. Anita Hendry with the red light. And it will be the D100 truck through. Andrew L. through to 981. 1086 for Anita Hendry with the red light. All right, it is all right, we've got Mark Harris running the Mustang with Ryan Appleby out of Regina. Oh, Mr. Appleby. What a wheel stand. Almost a perfect light. 002 through 982. What a run for Appleby. Mark Harris, 045. Good reaction time. Mustang through 1139, 118 miles an hour. Super Pro, let's go. Super Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. Yes, Mopar with Mopar once again. And that's Dave Caster on line first with that Plymouth Savoy. With the white dart out of Regina, we know Ken Daly as well. And I'll tell you, it's 10 more minutes. The Riders, I believe, are playing today. Last night got postponed. What a launch by Daly. Got the reaction time as well in 038. 063 for Caster, side by side. And looks like Ken Daly pulled ahead at 10:25 to a 10:63. What a launch by Daly. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, we got to welcome our friend out of Medicine Hat, Randy Stowe. We know his S10. He's sponsored by City Auto out of Medicine Hat and Schuler Enterprises out of Bigger. Randy getting the time slip with Mike Kilbride Jr. out of Regina, the 70 Dart. And we know the blue Dart. He's been drag racing here for a number of years. Super Pro, Super Go, 5 and 6, let's go, Super Pro. Clean started line for both races, an 0.51 to an 0.45, good reaction times. Looks like Mike Kilbride with the blue Dart will cross the line first, 11.33, 11.83, the number for Randy Stowe. All right, Kim Geller out of Saskatoon. She's driving the Pontiac Acadian. Sponsored by Superior Diesel, RWH ABS Competition, Outcast Racing. Getting the time slip at the Bad Influence Challenger, Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. Lindahl Concrete Supply out of Hague, his sponsor. Well, I seen the new contract. Thank you, Lindahl. Well, we got to thank Lindahl Concrete Supply. We got some new concrete pads here, so thank you, guy. We appreciate that. Well, back to the racetrack. Bad Influence, Ryan Doherty through to 10.17. 11.17, the number for Kim Geller. Well, Papa Penner is back. Harold Penner, KM Auto, Harold Penner Trucking, his sponsors. Harold Penner has been drag racing here for so many decades. He's got his sons, he's got his family, right? So Harold getting the time slip with Jansen Atten out of Outlook with the Camaro. We know Jansen. Got to thank him and Tyson Darrenowski putting on our quarter-mile Dragon Drive earlier this year. Good success. Look forward to that next year. Penner got through X time this round, 0.46 to 0.79. And it's Papa Penner through 10.24. 10.64 for Jansen Atten. All right, final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right. Well, we got family racing again. Heather, daughter-in-law, out of White City running the Mustang. Mark Bennett running the 71 Mustang, that's right. Or the Duster. There we go. We got to get this straight. One guy's running Dusters and Mopars. That's Mark, Papa. But son, no. Heather and son are running Mustangs, right? Who cares? They're both pulling the front wheels. Watch the starting line. Well, Mark Bennett missed the perfect light by 1/1000 of a second, 0019. Red eye for Heather Bennett. Heather Bennett got through to 1109. Mark Bennett through to 935 with the Duster. All right, second generation Haru Racing. Brayton Haru, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Like to thank Scott and Glenn, your Remco as well as Mom and Dad. Getting the time slip, but Brandon Bennett out of White City with the 84 Mustang. Well, Brayden Huru on his game, an 0-1-1 reacts time to an 0-5-5, and top 10, Brandon Bennett snuck a 9:21 on a 9:49 for Huru. First call for testers, 1 and 2. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Jake Fiesel with his new ride, 87 Camaro. Watch the starting line. He enjoys pulling the front wheels, riding the back wheels. Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Electrotech, his sponsors. And there's the launch. Unfortunately, Jake, a red eye, but you still get the quarter-mile slip. And through the Tiger Automotive lane, he gets through at 10:44, 126 miles an hour. And making the noise, Richard Skopic out of Saskatoon. Richard the driver, Joan the crew. That's right, brought by Provincial Vodka and Seward Poland Mechanical. Getting the time slip, Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 84 Camaro. And Kim would like to thank Stein Electric and Schulte Industries. Wow, Kim Bernard with a red eye. Richard Skopic, almost a perfect light. 003. Top 10. Skopic through at 8:22, 162 miles an hour. Kim Bernard's time with a red eye, 9:11, 144 miles an hour. Second call for testers, 1 and 2. Testing lanes, 1 and 2 are open for testers. All right, Taryn McBain driving the Sunbeam. Haga Mechanical, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Napa McBain Welding. Oh, it's just McBain Welding. It's Napa and Snooker Shack. There we go, Mike. Taryn getting the time slip with Brian Taylor out of Melfort with the now. Oh, boy. What a wheel stand for Brian Taylor. Taryn McBain progressing out of Junior Dragster, 014 reacts time through, 977. But Brian Taylor, 923. Wow, quick door slammer. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, second call, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, the blowing Ford 67 Falcon Mark Nick out of Osler. Getting the time slip with Arlene Harder out of Saskatoon. Well, Mark Dick having a few problems there, just running it down the track. Arlene Harder, good reacts time, 040, good solid run, 938, 142 miles an hour. Well, once again, racers, if you want to get a jacket, today's the last chance to order. Make sure you make your way to the souvenir shop, talk to Brenda. As well, there's new stuff in the souvenir shop, and it's going fast. So grab something here, and we are selling 50/50s here again today. Once again, you don't have to be in attendance. We do draw it. If you're not here, we do post the ticket if it has not been claimed. And I'm proud to say All the 50-50s we've had this year at SIR have been claimed. All right, our next pair. It's Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park, 72 Dart. Getting the time slip. This car's still for sale. Talk to Rick DeGeese. It is a winner. 68 Nova out of Saskatoon. Lots of history behind it. Well, DeGeese with the red eye, 011, 023. Good light for Jack Appleby. Appleby will get through the quarter mile, 9:42, 140 miles an hour. Rick DeGeese with the red eye, 9:00, 149 miles an hour. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. And Barney's back. That's right. Jason Howdell of Lloydminster, Alberta, the 71 Charger. Getting the time slip with Fred Schwab out of Dundurn. RWH Motorsports is sponsor with the 75 Hornet. Perfect light, Mr. Freddie Schwab. Second one today. Fred Schwab with a 0005 through 1062, 124 miles an hour. Jason Howdell, good reacts time, 022, got through to 1033, 129 miles an hour. Well, we got Dragster with Dragster. Travis McBain with Richard Harder. Travis McBain sponsored by Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Rich Harder sponsored by Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And if you like the action, yes, we're streaming on YouTube. Sask International Raceway. You can watch us. Some of you guys have to work. Hey, you can watch us on the YouTube. Well, red eye for Richie Harder, 022 reacts time for McBain. Travis McBain through 788, 772 for Richie Harder. All right, our next pair of the burnout box, Chris Kurgaster, 65 Belvedere out of Dundurn. Getting the time slip at Scotty Yaremko. That's right out of Saskatoon. Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BB8 5-Star Studio 1. Laser Auto Body and RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. Well, red eye for Scotty Yaremko. Good reaction time for Kurgaster. Chris, an 015. Good light, 968, 135 miles an hour. With the red eye, Scotty Yaremko, an 827, 164 miles down the quarter mile. Looks like it'll be a single pass for the BBJ 5-Star Chevy Camaro, Barry Stedner. First call for sportsman, first call for sportsman, final call for testers. First call for sportsman, 5 and 6. Final call for testers, 1 and 2. Well, almost a perfect light. Stettner with a red eye. 0022. How about a 973, 136 miles an hour? Well, Diesel versus Diesel, brother versus brother. I don't know how we want to mark this one up. They're doing for time trials only, Mike. But once again, I don't think I've seen these guys matched up. Jamie Fiesel with brother Bob with the dragster getting their time slips. Well, looks like something's not right with Jamie. He's going to back it out. So Bob Diesel will get the single pass. Well, I'd say Bob Diesel's on his game. How about an 007 reaction time through to 894, 144 miles an hour? I'd say Bob Diesel's on his game here today. All right, earlier this year, he brought it up. Matt Dixon out of Regina, beautiful 67 Comet. He is getting the time slip. Happy 30th, Taylor Fiesel out of Regina running the dragster today. Happy birthday, Taylor. Well, Matt Dixon with the red eye, didn't miss him by much. An 016 red eye got through to 993. Fiesel, good reaction time. Taylor, an 010 through to 810 at 164 miles an hour. That's right, Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, 5 and 6. All right, Rick Brown out of Indian Head, running the 2003 Corvette. Like to thank the Stripe Shop, Agri-Tactics Agronomy, and as well, they've got a new crew member, the granddaughter, Sarah Brown. So we'd like to welcome Sarah here. That's right, Cheryl and Rick Brown out of Indian Head with their granddaughter here today. As well, Matt Jessup running the 4-cylinder again. They had an 8-cylinder last round at the last race, so they're back to the 4-cylinder. Well, double red lights. Rick Brown, 007 red eye, 049 red eye for Matt Jessup. Matt Jessup got through with the Alter to 903. How about a 773, 176 miles an hour for Rick Brown with the door slammer? Wow, quick car. Well, this guy is grinning from ear to ear. He's finally got a couple monkeys off his back. He did post on his first run today testing. He broke 200 miles per hour, a 694. He broke 7 seconds. Congratulations, the Flying Flamin out of Regina, Russ Flamin. And what a car he's got going now. The old Patina GTO. Well, you could see about a quarter part of the way of the track there. Russ Flamin looked like he lost a little bit of traction. I'm glad it steered a bit. So not the quick pass we were kind of going for, but I'll tell you what, we're going to leave that one alone. Russ, you've already cracked the 7-second mark, and you've gone 200 miles per hour. Well, congratulations to the G family. That's right, Colin and his family here today. And I'll tell you, the S10 is not for, well, they're always for sale, right? But not right now. I follow him on Facebook, and what a labor of love he put into this S10. You've seen what he started with and how he's built this thing. What a beautiful ride. Colin G out of Roll, Saskatchewan. Ho-ho! First run down the track here. And he lost traction just before the 60. And he backs off. He's learning how this truck's driving. 1302, he slowed her down. But wow, what a launch. That truck has got a lot behind it. Haven't checked, but I do believe the riders are playing here. We have no access to anything, so if anyone's recording the game, don't worry, I'm not going to let the beans out of the bag. All right, you see the white mist coming out of that hood of the 69 Camaro. That is Dawson Sayes out of Prince Albert. New ride for him. Going up with Ed Desjardins, the mouth from the south. That's right, out of Pilot Butte, down to Crane Deck Brothers, Link Trailer, and ABS Competition. Well, Dawson with the red eye. Well, Ed Desjardins with the red eye as well. But Dawson's on the throttle all the way through. How about an 828, 164 miles an hour? Ed Desjardins, a 1050, 127 miles an hour. Well, good to see the Blue Cougar back. Jake Giesbrecht out of Aberdeen. That is a nice straight burnout. The Mustang is back. Mike Armstrong. New motor behind that Ford Mustang. The word is it's a Chevy. Oh, I better be careful. Some of the Ford guys get a little upset with that, right? Looks like Mike having some issues here. He's looking. Something's not right. Believe it's still just tire smoke on the back end, but something's not right. Mike says, I don't think we're going to make the run. That's why he's testing here today to see if everything's all right, but it looks like still looking. All right, we're going to find out what's going on here. Mike's going to explain what's going on, and we're going to clear the car. Well, now's a good time. Get your legs moving. That's right. Walk around the pits. Take a look at these guys. Talk to them about their vehicles. They're not too busy. A lot of the racers like to talk about their rides. Get up, move around. Talk to the racers. As well, grab something from Hector's Grub Hub. Nice cold drink, ice cream. Got some gluten-free items down there on their menu, pizza. So once again, say hi to the Ends family, our concession providers here at SIR once again. And as well, if you want something a little bit better, Jody out of the beer gardens, that's right. She's running the beer gardens here today. Once again, we just ask you have responsible beverages, right? But Jody will take care of you, that's right. Once again, Mackenzie Auto and Great West are sponsors in the beer garden. All right, looks like Mike's still underpowered, so he's just going to drive her to the end. Hopefully he'll go back in the pits and figure it out. All right, Steve Gabber out of Regina, running the 2016 Challenger, getting the time slip with Barbara Stetner, also from Regina. Barbara behind the wheel, the 82 Camaro, learning how to run this car this year. Well, Barbara's still figuring it out. Unfortunately, with the red eye there, Steve Gabber in 050 reaction time. But she's going to get there. Every run's going to get stronger for Barbara. Barbara still gets through at a 1367, 105 miles an hour. Steve Gabber through at a 1097, 136 miles an hour. All right, Nitro Image photographers, Blair Alderton behind the Cadillac, having some fun here today. That's right, with the station wagon. Blair Alderton at 2:23 reaction time through the quarter mile, 10:11, 137 miles an hour. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe. In the Tiger Automotive lane with Matt Hendry. In the VP Fuel lane with the truck. Hendry's Motorsports is sponsors. Well, red light for Evan Stephenson, but he will cross the line first. 12:29, 107 miles an hour. 035 reaction time for the Dodge truck. Matt Hendry crossed the line at 18:68, 71 miles an hour. All right, Reed Automotive, that's right, sponsors. Darren Shimko with the Chevy Nova. Like to thank the Mullet Mafia for their help as well. Darren Shimko up with Chris Langdon out of Regina with the Plymouth Duster. And it'll be Langdon, 1181, 111 miles an hour. Darren Shimko through 12:49, 106 miles an hour. Well, he normally drives an electric vehicle, but he says, Mikey, I'm going to get the old Challenger out. Seen Glenn Wright earlier this week at the Jazz Fest. And he brought it out, the 72 Challenger. He's running gas here today. Up with our friends out of Frobisher, Saskatchewan, Terry Willard running the 77 Gremlin. Well, Terry Willard will cross the line at 12:89. Glenn Wright looks like he's having a few issues here. Got to remember, this car's been sitting for a few years, so good for Glenn to bring it out. First call for Junior Street 3 and 4. First call is Junior Street 3 and 4. Well, Roy Wright out of Vanscoy running the electric Tesla with Emmett Weeks. Weeks got the reaction time of 108 to a 490, but mid-track, Tesla pulling away. And Roy Wright will cross the line first to 12:27. Emmett Weeks through at 14:41. Second call for Junior Street Legal, co-ed class, co-ped, that's right, co-pilot class. Second call, 3 and 4, Junior Street. Street Legal, 5 and 6, Street Legal, 5 and 6. Well, Scott Lalonde would like to thank Scott Urepko, Barry Stetner, Glenn Urepko, and of course, Sarita Lalonde. Good to see Scott having some fun here. He's behind the wheel of the Ford 77 F-150. Getting the time slip of Chad Novak out of Kenora. Chad got the action time of 131 to a 195, but it is the Ford F-150 through. Scott Lalonde through at 13:15. 15:05 for Chad Novak. Chantel Henry on the line first out of Dundurn. The OK Tire Duster getting the time slip with Garrett Gerwing. Garrett making his home out of Saskatoon now, 2010 Charger. Well, Garrett out the gates a little too quick. A red eye on that one. A 139 reaction time for Chantel Henry. And top end, Henry through 1281, 1332, the number for Garrett Gerwing. All right, the Junior Street Legal guys are there. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. All right, Jay Steele running the Blazer. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, and Mr. Transmission. Getting the time slip with Eric Humphreys. He's such a good boy, wasn't he? Yeah, he was until he met that Weeks family, I'll tell ya. Eric, you got the reaction time at 024 to a 104, and you will cross the line first. Eric Humphrey through at 1304, 1398 for Jay Steele. Philip Razor with the 79 Adventure truck out of Prince Albert, getting the time slip with Amanda Jastic Flamin out of Regina. Well, Amanda left the gate. She got the reaction time in 019 to a 293, and she will cross the line first. Pontiac through 1182, the truck through 1670. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. First call, Junior Dragsters, 1 and 2. First call, Junior Dragsters, 1 and 2. All right. The smiling Penner, Chad Penner, going to go through the standard transmission. You can know he's grinning through that helmet. Well, no traction in line for Chad Penner. Spinning the wheels on that starting line. Got through 1197, 119 miles an hour. All right, Albert Balgoni, it is Keenan Embry running the 2011 Venza. Getting the time slip at Jack Prokopiew out of Newland Lodge with the F-150. Well, clean start at the line, top of the 8th mile. And it's Keenan through at 10:25, 11:31 for Jack. Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, Sullivan Groff, he's going to end the Junior Dragster. Junior Street Legal. There we go. Co-pilot class. He'll get the single pass here and he'll conclude that round. Well, once again, we got Brenda out there selling 50/50s. That's right. You don't have to be here to win it. If nobody claims it, we will put it on our Facebook site. And I'm very happy to say every 50/50 has been claimed so far at SIR. So thank you for supporting us. But yes, Brenda will be selling them. We'll be drawing for that a little bit later. Sullivan Gross through the 8th mile, 974, 74 miles an hour. Well out of Warman, Braden Bentley, one of the Mullet Mafia, 97 Trans Am. Getting the time slip with Matt Henry out of Dundurn. Henry's Motorsports, and like to thank Mom and Dad. That's right, Glenn and Anita Henry. And top end, Braden Bentley through the quarter mile, 15:28. Matt Henry through to 18:61. So Street Legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. All right, we didn't hear Ray pull up there. Roy, sorry. That's right, he's got the electric Tesla. We couldn't hear him pull up there. He's going to go up against Sarah Stinson. Tembagapura, Indonesia. That's where she lives. Well, she's from Saskatchewan, right? Corey's coming in about 3 weeks, she says. Well, this round, Roy got the next time a 111 to a 315. Mid-track, Tesla putting away. And Roy Wright will cross the line, 12:28. Sarah Stenson through at 14:31. All right, Evan Stephenson on line first with the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon. Getting the time slip with the Corvette. Walter Fredette's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Well, Frenette's got their extra time, an 041 to an 091 side by side. And looks like the Corvette will pull through 1140, 1230 the number for Evan Stephenson. All right, Junior Dragsters 1 and 2. Junior Dragster 1 and 2. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, Chad Novak out of Kenora with the new ride, 2000 Mustang convertible. Getting the time slip with them at Weeks out of Saskatoon, second generation Weeks Racing. Oh, Emmett! 0013, almost the perfect light. 146 for Novak, but almost the perfect light for Emmett Weeks. He gets through the quarter mile with the truck. 1449 with a 001. 1501, 94 miles an hour for Chad Novak. All right, just getting set up for our junior dragster to make their pass down the quarter mile. All right, Victoria Desjardins making the first pass, or second pass here. Sorry, first pass this round. Second time trial. And this young lady doing a very good job. Yes, she's getting quicker with every run. More experience, more confidence. Eddie Desjardins helping her on the starting line. Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Papa, and Link Trailers are sponsors. And she's off. Well, Victoria's her reaction time at 2:41 on the starting line through the 8th mile. She gets through to 15:11 at 40 miles an hour. Good job, young lady. All right, Pro, third time trial. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go, 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Third time trial. All right, Amanda and Russ guiding the little young racers to the starting line. It's Leah in the VP Fuel lane, up with brother Thomas in the Tiger Automotive lane. All right, just waiting for the pre-stage and stage bulbs to be lit. As the one side is done, that indicates that the starter is ready to push the button to start the race. Once again, Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go, Pro. Well, Leah got the reaction time of 199 to a 356. Top of the 8th mile. Leia took this round, 11.97, 51 miles an hour, 11.96 the time for Thomas, 53 miles an hour. All right, just dragging the track once again, getting her prepped up here once again. Pro, let's go, 5 and 6. Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. All right, looks like we got a licensing pass here. I didn't know anyone was licensing here today. You guys come up whenever you're ready. Stage in lane 2 for your licensing passes. Testers, you come up when your class is called. But licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Stage in lane 2. And pro, let's go. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6. All right. Once again, we're selling 50/50s. You do not have to be in attendance. We will post it on Facebook. As long as you claim the right ticket, you tell us you got the right ticket, we'll make sure you get the money. So once again, Brenda will be doing that. She indicated, yes, the new stuff in the souvenir shop is going quick. So if you want to grab something, better grab her quick. She may have to make another order. As well, if you want to order a jacket, today is the last day, so you get it for this year. Today is the cutoff. So if you want a jacket, racers, get it in there. As well, we got Jody helping us out at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. And she will look after you with some great West product. So once again, all we ask is have responsible beverages. That's right, we want to see you out here again. And we got a lot of families out there, so you know what? Let's make sure you get home safe. But Jody will take care of you. We mentioned if you have any receipts, Great Western, okay, I got to clarify this. When we used to work with Great Western, they did different things. But right now, what they do with SIR, anyone purchasing their product, all we need is receipts sent to us. You can either email us, text us, or even bring it. Give it to Jody in the beer gardens. I did that a little bit earlier. But what happens is, the more product we buy, we get a better sponsorship rate. So, once again, thank you for Great West for doing that. And thank you for Anita for clarifying that for me. And once again, AGM Banquet is going to be in Regina this year. Good for those guys. We are Saskatchewan International Raceway on the 15th of November. So a block of tickets are for the members up until August 31st. After that, it's free for all. So contact Anita if you want to be at the AGM Banquet in Regina, November 15th this year. All right, Pro, let's fill those staging lanes. Let's go, Pro. All right, we're mentioning that. That's right. We got to thank Hector's here we go. Hector's Grub Hub. There we go, Mike. They've got pizza this year. They've got some items gluten-free on the menu. They've got ice cream. You name it, they've got it. Come and say hi to the Ends family. Grab something to eat. Grab something to drink. Make your way around the pits. We got a third time trial coming up right away. But right now we got the best car show. You go up there, talk, take a look at the guys and the racers. I got to say guys and girls because we do have a lot of women racers and they are very good racers. So if you got a moment, you want to walk around, take a look at their rides. They like to brag about them. Also got to mention we are being live streamed right now. That's right on YouTube, Sask International Raceway. So for some of you guys that can't make it to the race, you can still see it. Well, we got some people knowing the right thing to do. That's right. Let's clap our hands. We got the Flamens coming down with their junior dragsters. Let's show them. We appreciated their run. Good job, guys. All right, looks like all staff are getting back in their position here, getting ready to run. Well, we mentioned a little bit earlier, we got to say our condolences to Elaine Jantz. That's right, Ian Sparky passed away. Ian raced his Maverick here for a number of years. He had a crash the 1 year. The car looks like it's got rebuilt. I think Frank Bohozoff said the car should be coming back to SIR. So we'll keep an eye on that. But, yeah, we met a really good racer, or lost a really good racer, a good sportsmanship guy, Ian Sparky Jantz out of Lanigan, passing away a couple weeks ago. Our condolences to the family. Also, guy that came in the early 70s, Jerry the King Ruth, he passed away last week. He was the top fuel champ in 1973. And when the Howards ran SIR, boy, oh boy, we had some big names that came through, and he was one of them, Jerry the King Ruth. And I'll tell you what a legacy he has, drag racing here in Western Canada, NHRA. So our condolences to the Ruth family. As well, Rick Couture, he's a fighter with, I think, the MMA. And Marvin Blaney, a couple American racers, boy, oh boy, a couple fiery crashes. So we wish them all the best down south. Rick Couture, the fighter, and Marvin Blaney running in Pro Mod. He had an explosion on the starting line, and boy, oh boy, on Facebook, it was pretty bad. So our thoughts on our speedy recovery, or a healthy recovery, I think is the best way to say that for these guys. So to Rick Couture and Marvin Blaney. Well, looking around the track here, it got told, hey, Lindahl Concrete, we got to thank these guys. They added a bunch of concrete pads to SIR here, so thank you guys for your contribution. Do appreciate that. And I did mention earlier, that's right, Rich Bedford, he is taking pictures here today. Rich has been involved with drag racing, oh my God, for a number of decades. He raced solo for a number of years. Then he was with Charlie McIntosh. And now he's taking pictures all over the place. So, hey, thank you so much, Rich. Check him out on Facebook. He's got excellent pictures out here. Well, they call it a licensing pass. It is a Beretta. I haven't seen a Beretta for a million years. And Brad Prokopiew, well, he ran a Maverick. He had a Bantam Altered, and now he's got the 89 Beretta. And he's learning how to drive this car. He's got to license this car, folks. So what he's got to do, he's got to take the car down the track for a number of passes. He's going to start it hard at the starting line a couple times. He's going to do a couple mid-track passes, and at the end there, he's got to run the number. He's got to show he knows how to run the car. And I like it, a Beretta. I haven't seen a Beretta for a long time. Well, unfortunately, we didn't get the lights activated on that one, Brad, but either way, looked like the trans brake wasn't holding. He went through just to get a nice ride. You know what? He'll be back. Licensing, you guys, you come up whenever you're ready. Testers only come up when your testing class is called. All right, the Malibu Beast on the line first. David Giesbrecht, 79 Malibu. Getting the time slip, but Frank Bahozoff, Cam Buster out of Yorkton, as well as Smoking Guns Racing Team member. Frank, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire. Well, David Giesbrecht doing a little bit of steering on that Malibu Beast. Got out of the line there. Straighten her out. He's going to cross the quarter mile with a red eye at 10:42. Frank Bahozoff an 0-1-0 reaction time. Through to 12:05, 111 miles an hour. I like this matchup. 64 Belvedere's, both out of southern Saskatchewan. Harry Fletcher's got the white roof with the red body, or burgundy. Mike Alexander with the tan and red. And watch the starting line. Rich Bedford's going to get a couple nice pictures. These cars love to launch hard, love to pull the front wheels. Well, Mike Alexander got the red eye. Perry Fletcher, 0.74 reaction time. Fletcher got through to 10:30, 10:22 the time for Mike Alexander with the red eye. All right, Jared McIntosh behind the wheel of the 66 Chevelle. He's out of outlook, getting the time slip with Amy Schwab. Good to see this young lady behind the wheel once again of the S10. That's right, RWH Chevy S10. Well, double red eyes, Schwab in 021, 023 for McIntosh. I'll still get the time slips to the quarter mile, 10:25 for Schwab, 9:75 for McIntosh. Pro, we need you in staging lanes. Pro, we need you in the staging lanes. All right, we've got Fiesel versus Fiesel. Mike, they're just doing time trials, right? Always good to see Cousins racing. Camden Fiesel, he came out of junior dragster a number of years ago. He's got his own 79 Nova. He's out of Regina. Jake Fiesel out of Regina while he's sharing the dragster with his dad, Bob. Says, no, I want to have my own fun. He bought his own 87 Camaro. And what a launch on that one. Reaction time went to Camden, 0.036 to 139. And Camden Fiesel crosses the quarter mile first at 10:45, 10:43 for Jake Fiesel. All right, Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 63 Pontiac Acadian. Getting the time slip from Bigger, Saskatchewan, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett. Well, Walter Furnett's through at 11:31, 995, the number for Rob Phillips. Tyson Aronofsky with Perry Duncan down the top of the track. Tyson through 11:06, 12:25. Perry Duncan. All right, final call for pro. Final call for pro. All right, just got to take a look at the top end of the track, make sure everything's okay to go. As soon as we're cleared, we'll get back at her. All right, still taking a look at the top end, make sure everything is safe to go. Once again, we are at Pro. Bro, you guys should be in staging lanes, bro. All right, just letting everyone know we are working on the top end of the track here. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll let you know. Once again, we got 50-50s going around. Brenda Goebel is selling them as well. There's new stuff in the souvenir shop, and it's going fast. So make sure if you're going to grab something here today, you should. It looks like she may have to reorder for the feature coming up in August as well. Last chance to order jackets. So racers and crews, you got to make it to the souvenir shop. Today's the cutoff. All right, Jody's looking after everyone. I do believe at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. All we ask is have responsible beverages. We want you to come back again. Lots of families out there, right? We want to make sure everyone gets home safely. Everyone's having a good time. And Jody will look after you. Once again, we were mentioning, no, we don't get free product. I got that mixed up. I did have a hockey team years ago, and Great West did something a little bit different with us. But with us here, if you have receipts, if you drink Great Western product, we ask you to email, text us, or I gave my receipt to Jody earlier today. She'll take it at the beer garden, and what it does, they actually put more sponsorship dollars to the track. So that's how their system works with Great West here at SIR. And also a quick note, AGM Banquets in Regina this year, November 15th. There's a block of tickets for the members, and it will be held there till August 31st. If you're interested, and congratulations, Regina, having the banquet. That is good. We are Saskatchewan International Raceway. So November 15th, AGM Banquet in Regina. All right, still working at the top end of the track here, guys. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll let you know. Looks like the wind's picked up a little bit. All right, still working at the top end here. We'll let you know as soon as we can get going here. Looks like the wind picking up a little bit here in the afternoon. All right, just doing the final touches at the top end. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll let you know. Racers and staging, you should be by your vehicles, ready to go. All right, Dale Johnson out of Lumsden with the Chevy Camaro. Getting the top step with Anita Hendry out of Dundurn. While we're red light, Anita Hendry through at 1091, 1079, the number for Dale Johnson. All right, Dale, we start Regina with the olds, getting the time slip at the Bad Influence Challenger. Got to thank Lindo Concrete Supply. Yeah, we got a bunch of new concrete pads there in SIR. So thank you, Lindo Concrete Supply out of Hague. Ryan Doherty, almost a perfect light. 002 through to 1020. All right, Ryan Appleby out of Regina with the 68 Charger, getting the time slip with Racina Grozbowski with the Duster. Mopar with Mopar. Appleby through 985, 1049, the number for Racina Grozbowski. All right, our next pair out of Regina, it is Brian Hicks with the 69 Chevelle. Getting the time slip with Fuzzy, that's right, Dave Kerr with the 62 Fury. And Brian Hicks through the top end first, 1124, 1243, the number for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. All right, Braden Haru out of Saskatoon with Martinsville. Mason Boschman getting the time slips. Well, it's a perfect light. Mason Boschman, 0009. Congratulations, young man. 1024 through the quarter mile, 130 miles an hour. Braden Haru, how about a 018 light through to 948, 143 miles an hour. But Mason Boschman, I believe that's the third perfect light here today. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. All right, Mopar up with Mopar, almost perfect light for Ken Daly. How about 09? 090 for Dwight Grozbowski, top end, Daly through, 1021. 1191, the number for Dwight Grozbowski. And Mopar with Mopar once again. Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Glenn Henry, we know the 73 Barracuda. Getting the time slip of the D100 out of Belgonia. That is Andrew L. Andrew L. got the Rex time in 019 through the top end of 981. 1057 the number for Plum Crazy. Glenn Hendry. Super Pro. Let's go, Super Pro. All right, Mark Harris out of Saskatoon with the Mustang. Mike Kilbride out of Red China with the Blue Dart. And top of the quarter mile, it's Mike Kilbride Jr., 11:35. 11:31 the time for Mark Harris. All right, S10 versus S10. Kelly Kreutzer out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan with the black one. Well, they're both black, Mike. Kelly in the Tiger Automotive lane. Randy Stowe out of Medicine Hat in the VP Fuel lane with the black Chevy S10. Martin Marchuk, almost a perfect light, 009, 189, Rex time for Gallagher. Kim Gallagher through at 11:18, 10:31 for Martin Marchuk. Johnson Atten through the top end, 10:62, 11:09 for Heather Bennett. Reaction times pretty well identical, 052, 053. Mopar with Mopar. Red Eye for Floyd Scribner. Pink Panther. Mark Bennett. 021 reaction time. Bennett will cross the line. A 937 for the Duster. 994 for the Gouda. All right, these guys have been racing here at SIR for a number of years. Walter Furnet's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, 2008 Corvette. Getting the time slip with Papa Penner. That's right, Grandpa Harold Penner out of Martinsville. And oh boy, Harold's almost a perfect light with a Red Eye 0038. 020 for Walter Furnet's. Harold Penner will get through the top end first, the 1021, 1102 the time for the Corvette. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Brandon Bennett, looks like he'll be doing a single pass here. Conclude our Pro third time trial. And 024 reaction time. Brandon Bennett making his way down that VP fuel lane, down the quarter mile, 923, 145 miles an hour. Testers 1 and 2. First call for testers 1 and 2. Once again, if you're licensing, you guys come up whenever you're ready. Licensing, come up whenever you're ready. All right, door slammer with dragster. That's right, Kim Bernard. That's right, Kim and Lorianne out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric is sponsors. Richard Skopek, Provincial Vodka, Sewer and Polo Mechanical. Out of Saskatoon, Richard and Joan. All right, Richard Skopek through at 829. Kim Menard through at 915. All right, the BBJ 5-star, Regina Camaro, 024 got the reaction time. Barry Stetner, 970 through the quarter mile, 924 the time for Brian Taylor. All right, father and daughter are getting the time slips on this one. Taryn driving the Sunbeam this year. Travis driving the Dragster. Both sponsored by the same sponsor, Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Travis McBain got through extra time in 006 to 139. He got through to 789, 981 for Darren McBain. Testers, we need you 1 and 2. Testers, 1 and 2. All right, Mopar with Mopar once again on the line. Arlene Harder with the Plymouth Coot out of Saskatoon. Jack Appleby with the 72 Dart out of Emerald Park. Well, Jack Appleby in 003 reaction time, 038 for Arlene Harder. Arlene Harder snuck in at 936, 940 for Jack Appleby. Pro ladders are posted. Pro ladders are posted. Please check. Make sure the information is correct. If not, let us know. But pro ladders have been posted. Rick the Geese through at 891, 991 for Matt Dixon out of Regina. All right, Matt Jessup back to the 4-cylinder Bantam altered. Getting the time slip with Bob Diesel with the dragster. Well, red eye for Bob Diesel. How about an 008 light for Matt Jessup? Jessup got through with the Bantam Alter at 877, 894. The time for Bob Diesel. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2. Final call. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, we've got Mopar with Mopar once again. Jason Howdle, 71 Charger out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Getting the time slip at Dundurns. Chris Kergester, 65 Belvedere. Well, she's a red-eye for Barney. 018 reaction time for Kergester. And Chris Kergester reaches the top end, 968, 1033 for Jason Howdle. All right, both vehicles out of the burnout box. It is Richie Harder with RWH Dragster, as well as Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction has got sponsors. He's up with Rick Brown out of Indian Head. Rick and Cheryl, sponsored by Stripe Shop, Agritactics Agronomy, and like to thank their crew member, that's right, their granddaughter, Sarah Brown. Well, reaction time on this is Rick Brown, a 013 to an 022, top end. Brown through to 774, 176 miles an hour. Rich Harder, 774, 173 miles an hour. Wow. All right, Fred Schwab, earlier today, Perfect Light, RWH Motorsports, 75 Hornet, AMC out of Dundurn. Fred getting the time slip at Scott Uremko out of Saskatoon, Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-Star, Studio One, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. And Freddie Schwab, almost another Perfect Light. How about a 001 reaction time? But Scott Uremko gets to the top end first, 828 with an 046 reaction time. Schwab almost another Perfect Light today, 1066 with an 001 reaction time. All right, the Vulcan out of Osler, Mark Dick. Getting the time slip of Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. And Jamie almost a Perfect Light, 007, 059. Fiesel through to 864, through the quarter mile, 905 for the door slammer. right, celebrating his 30th birthday. Congratulations, Taylor. With the single pass, single draw. Dragster 030 red light got through to 811, 164 miles an hour. Happy birthday, Taylor. All right, sportsman, you should be in the staging lane. Sportsman in 5 and 6. All right, Eddie DeJarle tested his Chevelle Malibu, Donna Crane Service, Dick Brothers, Link Trailer and ABS competition. And good to see Barry Pollard up here out of Regina, running the old Roadrunner. Well, Rex time goes to Desjardins, 034 to an 060, and it is Desjardins through the quarter mile, 10:54, 11:82 for our friend Barry Pollard. All right, Barbara Stettner getting another run under her belt. 82 Camaro out of Regina. Getting a time slip with Jake Giesbrick, the Blue Cougar out of Aberdeen. Well, Jake Giesbrick's got the reaction time of 187 to a 311, and they will cross it first. That's right, the Blue Cougar through. 1222, Barbara Stettner with the Camaro, 1325, 102 miles an hour. Well, let's take a look. Russ Flamin, first pass of the day. Got a couple monkeys off his back. That's right, he broke 200 miles per hour. Broke 7 seconds, ran a 694. And you know he wants to see if he can do it again. Second pass didn't work out for him. He backed out of it. Let's see what he does this round. Super Pro and Pro ladders have been posted. Super Pro and Pro ladders have been posted. What a wild ride, Russ Flamin. How about 203 miles an hour, 692? But I'll tell ya, just past the 60 foot, had to do a little steering on that run. Wow, congratulations, Russ. You broke 200 miles again and you went under 7 seconds. again. The 70 Duster out of Regina, Rob Tangeman. And this is a quick car. What's the starting line? Red eye, but I'll tell you what a run, even shutting it off, three-quarter track. Still goes through it at 986, 91 miles an hour. But I swear to God, Rob just spinning the tires off the starting line. That car's got a lot under it. Once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Check the info, make sure it is correct. All right, we got Blair Alderton, Nitro Image Photography, the Cadillac back. Blair getting the time slip with David Caster with the Plymouth Savoy. Well, they're side by side, but the Cadillac pulling away. And it is Blair Alderton through the top end, a 1004 to a 1072. Oh boy, that's a fast Cadillac. Well, the ride is out. I have been calling on Facebook for a while. What a beautiful ride the G family has put together here out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. This guy is one heck of a craftsman. Colin G out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. Wow, just spinning him off the line. He's going to pull over. Something's not right. First time out for Colin, doing a lot of testing, but boy, oh boy, on the line, he just spun him. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. And we mentioned earlier, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Make sure the information's correct. If not, please let us know. We'll get it fixed up. But Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Congratulations, Russ. 203 miles an hour at 692. The Flying Flamin out of Regina. All right, looks like we're going to push back Colin and get him out of the way. We'll get resuming our third time trial here shortly. Right now, good time to get up and move around. That's right, Hector's Grub Hub. The Ann's family, they got the concession going. They've got ice cream. They've got pizza. They got gluten-free items. So once again, thank you, Hector's Grub Hub, providing concession services again here at SIR. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink. And you definitely can walk around and talk to people in the pits. First call for Junior Street, 3 and 4, co-ed or co-pilot class. There we go. Could be co-ed as well, right? We've got a lot of women racers there too. Well, how's our friends doing at the beer gardens? You guys are doing okay? Got to thank Mackenzie Auto as well as Great West, and Jody's looking after you, right? Jody looked after me a little bit earlier. That's right. I brought my receipt in. If you buy any Great West product, we do appreciate it if you could forward it to us. As we purchase more product, it helps with more sponsorship dollars here at SIR. So Anita sent up a form to kind of clarify that we get an increase on our sponsorship dollar. We don't get free products. So I know when we played hockey, we did a little bit differently, so that's how it works. But either way, that's right. It helps us out here at SIR. So if you got a receipt, you can email or text it to us at the SDRA, or you can give it to Jody or anyone at the beer gardens who's working. We do appreciate you helping us out with that. As well, Brenda says we're going to be about 5 o'clock for the souvenir shop. If you're going to order jackets, racers, and crews, today's the weekend. We got to get this done. So if you're going to order a jacket, you got to get her done here today. As well, we're going to do the 50-50 a little bit later. And once again, you do not have to be here. If you got the winning ticket and you went home and you don't know, check out Facebook. We do post it. If no one's claimed the prize, then it is up for grabs. You just got to show us the right ticket, right? But either way, you got the 50-50 number, right? We will post it, but all 50-50 so far placed here at SIR have been claimed. Very happy, and once again, thank you for supporting us. A lot of improvements here at SIR over the number of years, and just another way of helping here. Well, looks like it was going to be a license pass for Brad Prokopiew, but it looks like he's going back to the pits to readjust something. But he's licensing. He can come up whenever he is ready. Licensing only. All other classes and testers only come up when your class is being called to stage and lanes. All right, nice to see the Mustang back. Mike Armstrong out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. And yes, happy 1-year anniversary to Mike and Misty. And what a beautiful Mustang. Chevy powered. Should we get the controversies going already? All right, down the track, 887, 154 miles an hour. Mike Armstrong from Pelly, Saskatchewan. Good solid run. The car is back with a bigger motor. 887, 154 miles an hour. Well, I thought his 72 Monte Carlo was fast out of Prince Albert. No. Dawson Say says nope, 69 Camaro, and I'll tell you what, he brought it out this year. It's a very fast Camaro. And I do have to mention, straight up the line, wow. With a red eye, gets through it at 830, 156 miles an hour. That is one incredible Camaro out of Prince Albert. All right, still waiting for one more Junior Street, I believe. Co-pilot class, that's right, Junior Street legal. I think we're waiting for one more vehicle there. All right, always a pleasure to see the 77 Gremlin out of Frobisher, Saskatchewan. That's right, Terry Willard. I got the chance to announce for Yorkton a few years, and that's where Terry's from, basically out by the Estevan area. So thank you, Terry Willard, for making the big tow with that 77 Gremlin. Pretty quick car. It's second generation Weeks racing, Emmett Weeks with the D150 truck. Terry Willard got the reaction time on this round, 029 to a 066. And looks like the Gremlin out of Frobisher, Saskatchewan will cross the line first. 1305, 1442, the number for Emmett Weeks. And Mopar with Mopar once again. Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon with the Super Coupe. On the starting line first, Matt Henry with the D150 truck. Well, Evan Stephenson got the reaction time on this round at 086 to a 151. And Evan will cross the quarter mile first. Super Coupe through to 1229, 107 miles an hour. Matt Henry about an 1861, 70 miles an hour. All right, we got all our junior street legal drivers in the lane. All right, first call for street legal 5 and 6. First call. We know some of you guys are running sportsman as well, but street legal first call. First call for junior dragster 1 and 2. First call, junior dragster 1 and 2. All right, just checking out the top end of the track. Make sure everything is clear and ready to go. Looks like Don and Marty is in the field here. What's going on? Are you guys racing this weekend or are you watching? No, you're just watching. It's cheaper, isn't it? You come out to see Mike and Misty run, right? Nice runs. Nice car. Chevy powered, I hear. I know the Ford guys don't like hearing that. Oh, well, we're going to have a little bit of fun with you, but good to see you guys. Well, we mentioned earlier, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted on the tech booth. Make sure you check the information, make sure it's correct. If not, let us know. We'll get it fixed up and ready to go. All other ladders will be posted after their third time trial. Well, Mr. Armstrong is back. That's right, Mike Armstrong. And we got to wish these guys a happy 1-year anniversary. That's right, Mike and Misty Armstrong. And good to see the Mustang back. Brand new motor in there. Nice run, Mike. All right, so checking out the top end of the track here, just make sure everything is safe to go. We will resume with our third time trial here as soon as we can. Right now we've got That's right, street legal in 5 and 6. I know some of you guys are running as well in sportsman. Junior dragster 1 and 2. We're just waiting for the Flamens. They'll be here shortly. All right, looks like our safety crew making their way back to the perch at the top end of the track. Just waiting for the go-ahead. And we're back at her. Well, it's interesting. Glenn Wright, well, I talked to him earlier this week at the Jazz Festival. He's saying he was running his old gas Challenger. Well, his Challenger broke down, so what's it got to do? Glenn says, I'm running my electric truck. And who's he going to get his time slip with? His dad. That's right, Roy Wright with the electric Tesla. So we got electrics racing on this one. Roy got through extra time at 0.47 and 151 for Glenn. And top end, it is the Tesla through to 1230, 1285, the number on the Ford Lightning. All right, our next pair, it is Amanda Jacek Flamen out of Regina, 1990 GTA Pontiac Trans Am. Getting the time slip at Garrett Gerwing. He makes his home now in Saskatoon. Garrett having some fun racing, I believe. Last week he showed he did some circle track racing with the Charger. So they definitely, this guy's definitely got oil in his blood, right? Well, red-eyed for Amanda Jacek Flamen. 017 reacts time for Garrett Gerwing, but Amanda Jacek Flamen will cross the line first. And she will get through at 11:80. Garrett's time, 13:27. Well, Mopar with Mopar. For time slip, Chantel Henry running the yellow Duster, sponsored by OK Tire. She is in the VP Fuel lane. That is Chris Langdon out of Regina with the 74 Duster in the Tiger Automotive lane. Well, Langdon got the red eye. 037 reaction time for Chantel Hendry. Chris Langdon with the red eye goes through the quarter mile, 1180, 111 miles an hour. Chantel Hendry's time runs at 1281, 104 miles an hour with an 037 reaction time. And yes, some of you sportsmen, you're running street legal as well. Get back in the stage lanes 5 and 6. Street legal, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, Darren Simcoe out of Saskatoon running the Orange Nova. I'd like to thank Reed Automotive as well as the Mullet Mafia. Get the time slip with Chad Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora. Well, Chad got the red eye on that one. A 100 reaction time for Darren Simcoe. And Simcoe gets through the quarter mile, runs at 12:47. Chad's time, 14:80. Well, we got the battle of the trucks here. We got the 87 Blazer. That's Jay Steele out of Saskatoon. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, Mr. Transmission, his sponsors. Get the time slip with Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon running the D200. We know this young man. Making the noise. Absolutely, Eric Humphreys. And through the quarter mile, it is Eric Humphreys through to 13:04, 13:94, the number for Jay Steele. All right, our next pair on the starting line, Chad Penner with the red Mustang out of Martinsville. Yes, it's got a standard transmission. Yes, you can feel his smile through that helmet as he goes down those gears, down the quarter mile. He's getting the time slip with the Dodge truck out of Prince Albert, Philip Reeser. Well, Chad going through the gears, red light, almost a perfect light though, 006 red eye. 160 reaction time for our friend out of Prince Albert with the truck. And Chad Penner will get through the quarter mile at 12:17, 16:44 for Philip Reesner out of Prince Albert. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass for our friend out of Regina, Scott Lalonde with the Ford F-150. I'd like to thank Scott and Glenn Uremko, Barry Stetner, and of course, Sharita Lalonde. Scott having some fun here in 081 reaction time. Down that Tiger Automotive lane. And through the top band, Scott will stop him at a 1286, 102 miles an hour. All right, so street legal, you guys should be in 5 and 6. If not, you should be making your ways there. I know some of you guys are running sportsmen. Junior dragsters there. And our junior street legal. All right, Sullivan Groff out of Dundurn running the Chevy square box truck, 83C10. Getting the time slip with Keenan Embry out of Balgony, out of Saskatchewan, southern Saskatchewan, 2011 Venza Toyota. Well, top of the 8th, that's right. These guys are only going to run half track. It's Sullivan Groff. Got through it at 9:68, 10:25, the number for Keenan. All right, Jack Puckapew out of Newen Lodge running the F-154 truck. So once again, the Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Rest of the ladders will be posted after the time trials. Make sure the information is correct, racers. If not, let us know. But Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All right, Jack Puckapew out of Newen Lodge making the 8th mile. 018 reaction time through the 8th mile at 11:13, 58 miles an hour. Well, this young man racing our junior dragsters for a number of years made it now. He's got a 97 Trans Am in the Street Legal Show. That's right, Braden Bentley getting the time slip with second generation Weeks Racing. Emmett out of Saskatoon running the D150 Dodge truck. Well, Braden, you know what a red light is. Unfortunately, he got one, a 1-2-3 red eye, 040 reaction time for Emmett Weeks. And the Dodge truck, mid-track, pulling away. And Emmett Weeks got through to 1440, 1513 for Braden Bentley. Well, she made her way all the way from Tembagapura, Indonesia. No, Sarah used to live in Saskatchewan. Corey's working there right now. He's going to be here in about 3 weeks. Sarah's having fun with the 2013 Challenger. Getting the time slip with another Mopar. That's right, Matt Henry. Henry's Motorsports Dodge truck. I'd like to thank Glenn and Anita for helping him out. And it's a red eye for Matt. Sarah got a 1-2-3 reaction time. And top end, Sarah will get through the quarter mile, 1450, 96 miles an hour. Matt Henry through to 1856 at 71 miles an hour with the truck. Well, the Super Coupe on the line first. Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon getting the time slip with the Fruit Loop Furnettes out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Walter Furnettes, 2008 Corvette. Well, clean to start at the line. Walter Furnettes got the reaction time at 051 to a 122. And the Corvette crossed the line first. Walter's time, 1095, 1226, the number for Evan Stephenson. So some of the rest of the ladders are making their way down on the tech booth. We just got to run the junior dragsters. All right, our next pair, Roy Wright running the Tesla. That's right, he's running the electric Tesla. Getting the time slip with Chad Novak out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. Chad got the reaction time 098 to a 106, but it is Tesla mid-track pulling away. Roy Wright through 1233. Chad's time 1506. All right, so we just got to run, I believe, the junior dragsters. Then we're going to have a brief drivers meeting in a few minutes. And then we're going to get into elimination rounds. So once again, racers, all the ladders are going to be posted right after this. Make sure the information's correct. Let us know. So roughly about 100 vehicles here today, testing and running. Just doing the last minute preparations here, and we'll get underway with our junior dragster class. And all right, we're going to fire them up, ready to go. All right, this round, the time slips are going to a couple of ladies. Layoff, Jasik Flamin out of Regina, and Victoria Desjardins. Both young racers out of Regina. And both ladies off and running. It looks like Leia's got the big lead right now. She's got the reaction time of 130 to 886. Top of the 8th mile. Leia through 1196. Victoria's time of 1481. And Thomas Jasik Flamin will conclude our third round of time trials here. Once again, racers, there's going to be a driver's meeting. It's going to be brief and sweet. We'll get her out. Then we're going to get into our elimination round, so we'll keep you posted on what's going on. Thomas out the gates, the 2:73 reaction time down the 8th mile. And Thomas gets through at 11:99, 52 miles an hour. So there we go. Third round of time trials concluded. The rest of the ladders are going to be posted here shortly. Make sure you take a look at it, racers. Make sure the information's correct. If not, let us know as soon as possible. We need to get it fixed. And we'll get underway for our elimination rounds. Racers, there will be a driver's meeting. We'll keep you posted. All right, well, we're just fixing up the track a little bit. Once again, drivers, there's going to be a drivers meeting. And that's right, you guys put your hands together for the junior dragsters making their way down the tracks. You guys are on top of it. And Victoria, you are doing good, young lady. You are getting stronger with every run. Keep it going, young lady. All right, there's still a few out there. Let's put our hands together. We got the Flamin kids making their way down the return road. Junior dragsters, good job, young guys. Young lady, young man, that's right. You guys are getting better and stronger with every run you guys go down the track. Good job, guys. All right, I do believe the rest of the ladders have been put up there. Once again, racers, take a look. Make sure the information is correct. If not, let us know. We'll fix it. We got to get it fixed. As well, if you're off the ladder, we need to know that ASAP as well, right? If you're broke. But either way, ladders have been posted. You should figure out what's going on here today. And there will be a driver's meeting here, guys, so just wait for your call. But there will be a driver's meeting. Just fixing up the track here. All right, looks like the souvenir shop is still open till about 5 o'clock. Yes, there's some new swag. As well, racers and crews, if you're ordering a jacket, you need to do it today. That's right, go see, talk to Brenda. You got about 10 minutes yet. Driver's meeting in 5 minutes. Driver's meeting in 5 minutes by the tech booth. You guys know where it's at. And as well, we got the 50-50 going on, and we mentioned earlier, you don't have to be at the track to win it, as long as you got the winning ticket. If no one's claimed the prize, we do post it on Facebook, so that way you can check it later. Sometimes guys are busy in the pits. You figured out you had tickets in your pocket, don't despair. If it hasn't been claimed, we will post it. And all you got to do is show the winning ticket and contact us, right? So once again, thank you so much, Brenda, for doing the 50-50s. Lots of improvements happening here at the track. So driver's meeting in 4 minutes. Driver's meeting in about 4 minutes. Driver's meeting in about 3 minutes. Driver's meeting 3 minutes. Drivers and crews, you should be making your way to the meeting. All right, drivers meeting in a minute. Drivers meeting in a minute. You guys should be en route. Drivers meeting in a minute at the tech booth. All right, drivers meeting momentarily. You should be there. Drivers meeting in 2 seconds. All right, bro, you know what we need to do. 5 and 6, find your partner in the back and let's go. Bro. Let's find your partner and let's go. Okay, we're going to keep the souvenir shop open until 6 o'clock. Thank you, Brenda. We do have the draw for the 50-50 as soon as we make it up to the tower. We're going to announce the lucky winner, and it's, oh boy, $785. Thank you so much, guys. Once again, lots of improvements happening here. No, you didn't win, Rick. No, very close, though. Well, might be, you know. I got the winning ticket here right there, you know. If you split with me, you never... No, we're not from Wee Dinkum and How. We do a good lottery here, don't we? All right, so souvenir booth's going to be open until about 6. We've got Jody down at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. All we ask you to do is have responsible beverages. We definitely want to see you come back again and again. Right? We got other families out there, so once again, just be responsible. Have a good time. Mackenzie Auto and Great West, thank you so much again for sponsoring our beer gardens this season. And pro, let's find your partner and let's go. All right, just touching up the track again. Once again, we do need Queen City Performance. That's right, pro. Find your partner and let's go. Make your way into the stage and lanes. 5 and 6. That's right. Hector's Grub Hub. Grab yourself something to eat and drink. Make your way around the pits. Walk around. There's lots to do here at SIR. We're getting ready here for the first round of eliminations. And we are doing a bit, they call this night racing. That's right, we're starting a little bit later on Saturdays. I'm hoping everything's okay with Mother Nature and the weather lately. You never know, right? Well, haven't got an update on that Rider game lately, but when I heard about it earlier, I don't think I'm going to waste my time. Unfortunately, but... I don't know what the outcome was, but I know it wasn't going good there for a little while. Well, once again, we'd like to extend our condolences to Lane Jantz out of Lanigan. That's right, Ian Sparky Jantz. He ran a Maverick here at SIR for a number of years. He was a great racer, a good sportsman. Unfortunately, he passed away. He ran the high voltage Maverick for a number of years. I know Frank kind of showed the car and says the car is going to come back, so that'll be good to see. But our condolences to Elaine, and Ian has raced here at SIR for a number of years. We definitely know who he was. Sparky, we're going to miss you. Also last week, Jerry the King Ruth passed away. Yes, he was 1973's top field champ in NHRA. And yes, he came to SIR in the 70s when the Howards ran the track. I have to do a little bit of look on the history there. I knew the name rang a bell. We got Terry Capstill, Hank Johnson. We got some names up here that, okay, back in the 80s and 70s, some of these times do not reflect what a top fuel dragster does, what it does today, what it did back then. Really shows how far our sport has progressed. But some of the names incredible. Of course, we all know about 240 Gordy Bonin. We lost him a few years ago, but hey, he's a proud Canadian and made us proud. He was the first guy to go over 240 miles an hour. That's the name, 240 Gordy. But anyways, that's kind of an end of an era. Jerry the King Ruth, yeah. Passed away, raced here at the 70s. What a great career he had. As well, our thoughts and our concerns down south. A couple of American racers. Rick Couture, he's a fighter, decided he's going to run a pro mod. He got involved in an accident in qualifying. And Marvin Blaney, wow, what an explosion on the starting line. And he's in the hospital. He's got a lot of things he's dealing with. So all we want to do is send some positive, good vibes to him and hope these guys heal healthy. And once again, Rick Couture and Marvin Blaney, wow, it's part of drag racing. We hope you all the best. Well, looks like we're streaming here at SIR. That's right, Sask International Raceway. Looks like we're going to be streaming our races, so that'll be kind of neat. So thank you, Mr. Gordon. Well, we got to say big congratulations and thank you to Russ and Amanda Flaman. That's right. Amanda did a lot of the work. Russ says you better include her on that because they did the Heads Up Havoc. And the feedback, I'm pretty sure it's going to be second annual next year. Cody Russo, you guys did a wonderful job. Ed DeJarle, what a great announcer. Amy and Kaylee, thank you guys for helping out the Heads Up Havoc. We did earlier the quarter-mile Dragon Drive. Tyson Daronowski as well as Johnson Atten organizing that. First annual, over 60 cars. And I'll tell you what, for the first excursion and everything doing, a lot of good feedback on that as well. Another activity and event to put here at SIR. So thank you guys. A couple racers stepping up and promoting a couple different races. So thank you so much, guys. We got to utilize this facility a little bit more, right? All right, Pro, back in stage and let's find your partner and let's go, Pro. Let's go. Well, as the staging lanes are filling up here, maybe we should do the lucky 50-50 ticket. Do you guys want to look at the numbers? I'm going to announce the numbers here. Lucky ticket is a red one. So the lucky number is 298-6296 for $785. And I'm not looking at my tickets yet. I'm going to wait. Once again, the 50-50 ticket is 2986296. And if no one's claimed it, remember, we will put it up on our website after the race. But we're going to announce this a few times. So once again, ticket was 2986296. 2986296. You got to come up to the tower. And we will have $785. Well, you got to have a winning ticket, though, Cheryl. Nice try. And don't blot the numbers out with a pen. Don't worry. I studied CSI. I can watch these things, right? Nice try, Cheryl. Okay. Ticket number was 2986 296 for $785. And I'm looking at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. You guys are going to get busy. That's right, Jody's going to look after you. But as the elimination rounds start, you're going to see a couple racers. After they're out of eliminations, they're going to be in there. So once again, and anyone else that's not racing, got to get home. We want to make sure you get home safe, right? We want responsible beverages out here at the track. So once again, just keep that in mind. Lots of families out there, right? Okay, that winning 50-50 ticket number, 2986 296 $785. Well, you ain't going to believe this, but I did not win it. So I'm not going to announce it anymore, because if I don't win it, no, I'm kidding, guys. I didn't win the 50-50. The lucky number, once again, 2986 296. Come on up to the tower. $785 is yours. All right, few more cars. Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. Okay, that lucky 50-50 ticket, 2986 296. Still not claimed. Oh, hang on a second. We got someone coming in here. My newest best friend, they tell me. All right, congratulations, Jim Yaremko. He won $785. The ticket has been claimed. So congratulations. Ironically, yeah, his nephew Scotty won it, I think, the last race. So congratulations. All right, first round eliminations here. It's David Giesbrick with the Mallet Beast. 1040 dialed into a 1046. Camden Fiesel had a bit of a head start. Top end. Camden Fiesel with the win. Our next pair in the Queen City Performance Pro Class, Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. AS66 Chevelle dialed in 976. K McIntosh Sons and RWH Motorsports is sponsors. Going up against Walter Frenetz. Walter Frenetz will get the head start. He's dialed in at 1095 with the red Corvette. So we're going to explain how drag racing works here. If you're brand new to the track, you see the pre-stage and stage bulbs, they're yellow. When both rows are activated by the racers, starter Sherry hits the switch. Red light on the bottom says Jared McIntosh left a little too soon. Walter did as well, but Jared left sooner, so Walter Frenetz in this case wins the round. We're going to keep explaining how our crazy sport works. All right, top end guys, checking out something. Looks like we're good to go. And beautiful Chevelle SS in the parking lot. Not just the race vehicles. Some guys coming here to the track as well. Look at the rides out there, right? Nice car. We're going to slow this down for you. We have both racers out of the burnout box. Mike, what the heck are they doing in the burnout box? Well, the first thing they're doing, they're heating up those rear tires, folks. We put traction compound down on the track. Hot rubber is sticky. It's better traction. So both racers have sticky back tires. Perry Duncan's dialed in at 1225 in his Chevy Biscayne in the VP fuel lane. That means he's going to get a bit of a head start, as there's about a 2-second difference. Amy Schwab says, no, I need 1024. Wow, I tell you, Perry Duncan doing a little steering on the starting line on that one. You can't cross the center line, disqualification. All right, we're going by background, box, no box. Make sure if you're out, you go see Brenda and re-enter. All right, the Pink Panther. That's right, Floyd Scribner running Crystal Scribner's Pink Panther Kudas. Karika Downhole Services sponsors $9.95. You'll get the head start. As Frank Bohozoff says, no, 12:05 is what I need to beat you down the quarter mile. So Frank's going to have a head start. We're not going to announce any reaction times because some of the cars got radios. We're not an FM transmitter. But on this one, you can't leave before the green light. Well, Floyd Scribner red lit. So the win goes to Frank Bohozoff, but he broke out. But he's still in. He may want to save that number next round. And if you're wondering, no, that's right. The 50-50 has been claimed. Congratulations, Jim Remco, winner of $785. Okay, just a heads up, racers, the dial-in boards on the starting line aren't working. We're aware of that. Unfortunately, we're trying to work on the problem. Hopefully, we'll get her fixed for tomorrow. Back on the starting line, we got Mopar with Mopar. Dave Kerr out of Regina, 1242 dialed in. To a 1090, Anita Henry, but a Henry red lit. So Dave Kerr will get the win. 1242 is the number, Dave. What do you go through? 1241 with a 7. May want to shade that number just a bit. The idea is on your dial-in, that's why we're doing time trials earlier today on race vehicles. You make 3 passes, hopefully in time trials, then you got to make sure you don't run faster than your time. You got to beat your opponent in the quarter mile. You cannot cross the center line. You can't hit the guardrail. Red lit, that means you left too quick on the Christmas tree. So we're going to explain the Christmas tree on this one. We've got Dwight Grzyzbowski and Brian Hicks. Hicks 1120, 1192. So Dwight Grzyzbowski is going to get the head start. And the idea is both cars are going to leave the starting line 2 different times. The idea is both cars should meet up at the top of the quarter mile. And we should be looking to see who won. But this one looks like, it's Brian Hicks. As Dwight Grzyzbowski broke out, ran a little too quick. So once again, you got to beat your opponent, but you cannot run faster than your elapsed time. It's called a breakout. If it's a double breakout, so if both cars break out, the car that broke out the least takes the win. Anyways, we got a computer to figure that up here, right? All right, our friend out of Lloydminster, Alberta, that's Rob Phillips, Acadian, down at a 995. Rob's going to have to wait as Mike Alexander's got a 1022. Not a lot of time difference, but it's going to make a bit of a difference. Watch the tree, but unfortunately, Rob Phillips with the red, well, it's a double red eye. So in this case, Mike Alexander takes the win. So once again, racers, if you want to buy back in, it's box, no box. You got to go see Brenda in the souvenir shop. All right, Mopar with Mopar. Once again, Stolen Dignity Duster. That's Rashina Grzyzbowski, second generation Grzyzbowski Racing. 1050 to a 1060. All right, the Christmas tree is going to show you what 1/10 of a second difference is, folks. It's not a lot, but may make a lot of difference at the quarter mile. Well, clean start at the line, and the winner on this round is Glenn Henry. Round at 1064 and a 1060. 4/100ths of a second faster. And he got the reaction time. So Glenn Henry moves into the next round. Rashina Grzyzbowski may want to buy back in. All right, Mark Harris out of Saskatoon, second generation Harris Racing out here. Rick on the sideline. Watching him on the starting line. Launch that Mustang. He's dialed in 1131. He gets the head start. As Ryan Appleby out of Regina, Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition. 984 dialed in, so the Charger will have to wait. And it's a clean start of the line, but what a launch by Ryan Appleby. Wow, reaction times, Harrison 002, 006 for Appleby. Appleby takes the win, 96 on a 984. All right, Heather Bennett's on the line first. She's out of White City, 11:08 dialed in. She'll get the head start. As our friend out of Regina, Martin Marchak, at 10:31 dialed in on the Mustang. We'll have to wait. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. Well, red light at the starting line. Martin Marchuk won it at the line. And he slowed it down just to make sure he didn't break out at 10:62 on a 10:31. Braden Haru on the line first. Left 442 Cutlass. Laser Auto Body RWH Motorsports. Scott and Glenn Yaremko. Dad and Mom. 9:49. Braden will have to wait. Perry Fletcher gets the head start at 10:30 dialed in on the Belvedere. Brought to by Bennett's Auto Repair. Wow, Braden Haru just snuck up and took the win at 9:51 on a 9:49 dial-in. Our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan. Andrew L. out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan, driving the 70 Detail 100. 8,981 dialed in. He'll wait as Jake Fiesel will get the head start at 10:44 in the Camaro. Sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Electrotech. Second call, Super Pro, stage and lanes. That's right, 5 and 6. Second call, Super Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go. Once again, if you want to re-enter, box, no box, go see Brenda in the souvenir shop. Once again, box, no box. If you lost, you can buy back in. Well, Jake Fiesel, unfortunately, you red-eyed. Oh, boy, 007. What a good light, but red-eye. So Andrew L. takes the win, 981 with a 981 with a 5. Andrew L., you are on your game here today, son. All right, Harold Penner with the red fair lane. That's right, Papa Penner, KM Auto, and H. Penner Trucking. That's right, Harold Penner Trucking. 10:20 dialed in. He'll have to wait. Kim Guller will get the head start, 11:17. So just about a second head start. And once again, both cars ideally should meet at the top end of the quarter mile. Kim sponsored by Superior Diesel, RWH, ABS Competition, Gas Racing. And she takes the win. Both cars run their numbers. They came down to reaction times. That's how you racked on the Christmas tree. Incredible race. All right, the Bad Influence Challenger, Ryan Doherty, sponsored by Lindahl Concrete Supply. Thank you, Lindahl. Yes, we got a bunch of concrete pads here poured on the week. So thank you, guys. Ryan, he's dialed in it at 10:20. And Brad Prokopiew helped us out on that. Thank you, Brad. So Ryan Doherty, 10:20 dialed in. He'll have to wait. Mike Gilbride Jr. out of Regina, Blue Dart, gets the head start, 11:33. Well, we got some room to catch up. Mopar with Mopar. The win goes to Doherty as Mike Kilbride ran a little too quick. Well, both cars actually broke out. They ran both too quick. Doherty may want to shave that number at 10:18 on a 10:20. And Mike Kilbride may want to buy back in. Once again, you got to make your way down to the souvenir shop on that. All right, our next pair on the line. It's good to see the Oldsmobile out of Regina, Dale Weiss, 1974-42. 1046 dialed in. He will wait. Tyson Darrenowski out of Casarillo. That's Kaylee on the starting line, watching the S10 lead. Big thank you to RWH Motorsports, Laser Autobody, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and of course his supporting wife, Kaylee. Absolutely. Well, top into the track. It's Dale Weiss with the win. As Tyson Darrenowski broke out, ran a little too quick. So Tyson might want to buy back. Once again, racers, if you're buying back in, make your way to the souvenir shop. Talk to Brenda. All right, the Johnsons out of Lumsden, Saskatchewan, up with the Camaro. That's Dale behind the wheel, 1079 dialed in. A bit of a head start as Ken Daly at 1021, so about a half a second difference on the Dodge and the Chevy. Watch the starting line. Both cars like to pull the wheels. Oh boy, red eye for Ken Daly, so the win goes to Dale Johnson. Let's take a look. Dialed in at 1079. And he goes to a 1083. I'd say he's got the number on the car. All right, the Mullen Mafia is back. Mason Boschman, Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, FCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue. Running the 82 Trans Am, 1024 dialed in. He'll up the weight a bit. As the Camaro out of Outlook, Jansen at 1063. Do you want to know what 2/10 of a second is? Watch the Christmas tree. Both cars activating the bulbs. Once the pre-stage and stage are lit, Sherry hits the button and it's yellow, 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 and go. And the winner at the top of the quarter mile, it's Jansen Atten with the Camaro. It's a double breakout, so he broke out the least. He advances. Mason may want to re-enter. That's right, you got to buy back. Make your way to the souvenir shop. Talk to Brenda. All right, looks like Brandon Bennett's going to do a single pass there. Opponent broke, or he's got a buy run. We don't know. Either way, dialed in at 921. We call this a free run. He's going to make sure that number's going to take it to the next level. He can red light. He can do whatever he needs. He can't disqualify himself, but he definitely wants to run a good number and see what the quarter mile they have to change it a bit. Good reaction time. We don't announce reaction times during eliminations because some of the cars have radios in them. We are in a radio transmitter, FM. Oh boy, Brandon Bennett, you may want to shave the number. You're about 3/100ths of a second too quick. How's that? A 919 on a 921. 3/100ths of a second too fast. You can't even blink that quick. First call protesters. First call protesters. 1 and 2. All right, out of Medicine Hat, Randy Stowe, sponsored by City Auto, out of Medicine Hat, and Scholler Enterprises out of Bigger. He's 1179. He'll get the head start as Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park with the Duster, 936. So we've got about maybe just under a 2-second head start here. Once again, watch the Christmas tree. Well, unfortunately, Bennett with the red eye. Have to buy his way back in. Randy Stowe, 1179. Let's take a look. 1173, running quicker. So a lot of the cars starting to break out. Either the air's changed, a few things have changed, but either way, you may want to shave the number. Cars are going a little bit quicker. Well, the Batham altered out of the burnout box first. That is Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake, Saskatchewan, Southern Saskatchewan. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, Vote Auto out of Regina sponsors. 865. He'll wait as last year's winner, Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. 914 on the door slammer Camaro, sponsored by Schulte Industries and Stein Electric. So a 914 to a 865. Well, we're saying about a half a second difference on these cars. Watch the starting line. And it's, oh boy. 2 red eye for Jamie Fiesel. Oh, he's not going to be happy with that time slip. Kim Bernard, you got the number, 915 out of 914. I think you're ready for the next round. Testers, we need you in 1 and 2. Tester to 1 and 2. Well, we got the door slammer out of Melfort, the 78 Malibu, Brian Taylor, the Taylor family. 922 dialed in. It is a very fast car. He'll get the head start as the dragster, Taylor Fiesel. Happy birthday. Happy 30th, bud. He's out of Regina. 811 dialed in on that dragster. And clean start at the line, top end. It's Taylor Fiesel. Yeah, Brian Taylor ran a little too quick, ran a 920 on a 922. Taylor Fiesel, happy birthday, 813 on an 811. You're in the next round. Once again, to buy back, you got to make your way to the souvenir shop. Talk to Brenda, box, no box. It is buyback round, first round. So make sure you make way back into the souvenir shop and buy back in. Well, he calls it Barney. 71 Charger out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Jason Howdo. Like to thank his wife, his kids, the SIR staff, and the Lord above, and we would like to thank everyone as well, Jason. Thank you, my friend. 1032, you get the head start. Bob Fiesel with the dragster, 894 dialed in. Echo Electric and Advanced Electrical Agency, his sponsors. Top end, it is Jason Howdo with the win. As Bob Fiesel broke out, by not a lot, maybe 6/100ths of a second. So Bobby may want to buy back. Well, I like this round. They did time trials together. Now they're in elimination rounds. Travis McBain now driving the dragster. Taryn McBain driving the Alpine Sunbeam. And I love it. The sponsors are the same. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, Diesel Medics, DR Petroleum, Haga Mechanical. Travis is going to have to wait. 787 on the dragster, 980 on the door slammer. So Taryn in the VP lane will get the head start. All right. Travis has got some real estate to catch up. Will he do it? He does. 787 on a 787. Incredible run. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2, testers to 1 and 2, staging lanes 1 and 2, testers. All right, both racers are both from southern Saskatchewan, Emerald Park. Jack Appleby, first generation Appleby Racing. 72 Dark dialed in, 938. He'll have to wait as Barry Stetner, the BBJ 5-star Camaro out of Regina, gets the head start of 970. Under a second head start. Clean start at the line. This is top of the quarter mile. And it is Appleby. 938 on a 938. Stedner 974 and a 970, but reaction times 009 for Appleby, 020 for Stedner. Wow. These guys are on their game. Well, Matt Jessup making the noise. 4-cylinder powered altered Bantam. That's right out of Regina. 875 dialed into a 936. Arlene Harder going to get out of the burnout box soon. First call for sportsman. First call for sportsman. 5 and 6. Last call for testers. 1 and 2. Last call for testers. 1 and 2. All right, well, Matt Jessup and crew were up here a couple weeks ago. They were running 8 cylinders. Now they're back to the 4-cylinder. Unique Bantam altered. Arlene Harder running the door slammer. 936 will get the head start. 875 on the altered. Unfortunately, Matt Jessup out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Arlene Harder, 936 top end. Oh boy, 934 may want to shave the number by a couple of hundredths a second. But Arlene, you're in the next round. Once again, all racers, if you want to buy back in, get into the souvenir shop and go talk to Brenda to re-enter box, no box. Sportsman 5 and 6, Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, good to see Mark Dick back with the blowing 67 Falcon out of Osler, 899 dialed in. How about a 890 dialed in for Rick DeGee? So we've got 9/100ths of a second difference on this. Folks, it's only 9/100ths of a second. You're going to watch how this starting line's going to work. Well, clean start at the line, side by side, 9/100th of a second difference. And it is Rick the Geese with the win. Wow. Mark Dick runs a 9:00 and a 8:99, 8:92 and a 8:90 for Rick the Geese. Came down to reaction times at the Christmas tree. That's right. Who reads the tree correctly got the win on that one. All right, Scotty Yaremko dialed in 828 on that Pontiac Acadia Canton out of Saskatoon. When Yaremko's car, Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5 Stars, Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports. His sponsors, 828 to a 966. Our friend Chris Kergester of Dundurn will get the head start. 65 Belvedere. And yes, the 50-50 ticket has been claimed. Jim Yaremko, Scott's uncle, won the 50-50. Congratulations. Double breakout, Chris Kergester takes the win. So both cars ran faster than their lapse time. But oh boy, Scott Yaremko, how about a 008 reaction time? Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman in 5 and 6. Once again, if you're buying back, make sure you make your way to the souvenir shop and talk to Brenda. Box, no box. All right, Rick Brown out of Indian Head. That's right, Rick and Cheryl Brown, the owners of the 2003 Vet, sponsored by the Stripe Shop and Agritactics Agronomy. And hey, they'd like to thank their special guest. That's right, they've got a crew member here, their granddaughter, Sarah Brown. They're dialed in at a 773. Now, folks, usually a door slammer is not slower than a dragster, and Richard and Jones Skopek's dragster is quick. Well, unfortunately, Rick Brown is done. It's a red eye. Let's take a look. Richard Skopek, 821, goes to, oh boy, 817, breaks out. So Richard may want to change the number on that one. Rick Brown with the red eye may want to buy back. And heating up the tires, Richie Hart out of Saskatoon. RWH Motorsports dragster. Rich Harder, 773 dialed in. Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction amongst his other sponsors. He will have to wait as our friend out of Regina got to meet Nat Dixon earlier this year. Beautiful 67 Comet. He will get the head start, a 990. So we're looking at close to a 2-second head start for the door slammer. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Well, top end, it is Richie Harder with the win, double breakouts. So the dragster runs a 771 and a 773. May want to shave the number. Well, this guy's had an incredible day today. I do believe he's got the perfect light, and then he missed it one more time by maybe 1,000th of a second. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn with a bonus trip. That's right, 1062 dialed in. RWH Motorsports, let's take a look. And Fred's on his game, 023 reaction time, 1062. How about 1062 on the number with the 3? Mr. Schwab, you're ready for the next round. All right, the next few rounds here, we're going to run some test vehicles before we get back into elimination rounds. Good to see the Blue Cougar back out from Aberdeen. Jake Giesbrick on the line. Doing a test run with Barry Pollard out of Regina. We know that Roadrunner. Well, Barry Pollard on his game got the reaction time in 004 to 038. And it's Pollard through to 1178. Jake Giesbrick a little quicker, 1165. And yes, we're not an elimination round, so that's why we announced a few reaction times on that. Some of the cars do have radios, and we are on an FM transmitter, so. All right, this is not your daddy's Cadillac. Well, it is. If he's Blair Alderton, he's your daddy. Very quick Cadillac station wagon. Blair Alderton, Nitro Image Photography. Having some fun out here with his Cadillac. .10:01 through the quarter mile, 137 miles an hour. All right, Barbara Stetner out of Regina, the 82 Camaro. Still trying to figure out how this sport works. She's going to take her time. She's going to figure it out one run at a time. All right, Barbara Stetner through the quarter mile, 1367, 97 miles an hour. All right, new ride. I like this car, 89 Beretta. Brad Prokopiew out of Newen Lodge. We got to thank him as well as Lindahl Concrete Service as well for pouring the concrete pads out at SIR. We've got a few new places. So thank you guys for doing that. And I like the new ride. Brad Prokopiew, you might remember he had a Ford Maverick, then he had an Alter, now he's got the Beretta. And this is a nice car. Oh, it's got something under the hood on that one. Spins the wheels right on the starting line through the top end, 841, 152 miles an hour. Boy, if that car was straight, you probably would have cut a few seconds off on that one, or a couple hundreds anyways. So once again, racers, if you've been eliminated, you want to buy back in, you go see Brenda in the souvenir shop, Box No Box. You need to do that, I believe, on the first round. So if you want to get buy back in, you got to go see Brenda at the souvenir shop to buy back in, Box No Box. And Rob Tansman with another run down the track, 840 at 169 miles an hour. All right, let's see what Colin G. out of Rollo, Saskatchewan will do on this round. He didn't get far on that last pass. He got that truck turning sideways. So, hey, you know what? First time here at SIR. First time he's adjusting this truck. And I'll tell you, check him out on Facebook. This guy is a true craftsman. What an incredible ride. And details on this S10. There he goes again. Wow. Incredible. Congratulations, the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. Still Stroll's doing a 1372 at 62 miles an hour. But Colin, very wise, got out of the groove and says, you know what, we'll slow down, straighten it out. It's going to take the long way down the quarter mile, right? First call for street legal, 3 and 4. First call, street legal, 3 and 4. All right, looks like Matt Henry dialed into 1855 in the sportsman class. He's got a free run, so either a competitor broke down or maybe he's got a buy run. Either way, he's only going to get one. And down the track, 1855 is the number, an 092 reaction time as he leaves the starting line. And Matt Henry through the quarter mile. Oh boy, 1840. Have to slice the number, Matt. 1855 down to an 1840. Wow. Second call, street legal, 3 and 4. Second call, street legal, 3 and 4. Well, what's a guy to do when his gas race car breaks down? You bring out the electric F100, right? Or 150. Glenn Wright out of Vanskoy, running electric again. He brought out his Challenger. 1286 will get the head start. He's up against his dad, Roy Wright. 1230 with the Tesla. Both electric vehicles on this one, folks. All right, first call for Junior Dragster. First call, Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. All right, Roy Wright takes the win, a 1231 and a 1230. 1289 and a 1286 for Glenn Wright. So street legal 3 and 4, street legal 3 and 4, Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1, Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. All right, Mopar with Mopar, Chantel Henry out of Dundurn, running a 1280 on that Plymouth Duster. I think that's Philip Reisner out of Prince Albert, running that Dodge Adventure truck. Well, top end. Yeah, Chantel backed off. You can hear it at the top end. She takes the win. Mopar. Garrett Gerwing with the newer 2010 Charger. It's 1328 dialed in. We'll have to wait as Emmett Weeks, that's right, second generation Weeks out of that family, racing the D150 truck. 1446 will get the head start, just over a second head start for the Dodge Ram. And that's it's double red eyes, but the win will go to Emmett Weeks. So once again, if you want to buy back in, box, no box, you got to go see Brenda in the souvenir shop. We did mention earlier the 50-50 ticket has been claimed. Lucky Jim Yaremko win that one. And Mopar. It's got the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon. Evan Stephenson, 1227 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, 76 D200 truck, 1304. We'll get the head start. And top end, it is Evan Stephenson as Eric Humphreys breaks out. Well, it's a double breakout, but Evan Stephenson takes the win. Junior Dragster stayed in lane 1. Street Legal 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. Junior Dragster stayed in lane 1. All right, it is Chris Langdon out of Regina with the Mopar Plymouth Duster, 1179 dialed in. Chris will have to wait as the orange Nova out of Saskatoon, Darren Shimko, 1247 will get the head start. Sponsored by Reed Automotive, and like to thank the Boatman's Mullet Mafia. Well, Darren, you red lit, so you got to buy back in if you're back in. Chris Langdon takes the win, 1179. Let's take a look. Right on the number, Chris, 1179 with the 7. Boy, that guy knows his vehicle. Third call, Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. Third call, Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. All right, Terry Willard, thank you for making the long tow out of Frobisher, Saskatchewan. That's the Esteban area. You don't see a lot of gremlins anymore. Unfortunately, a red eye, so Terry may have to buy back in. Chad Novak will take the win, and he broke out, so you may want to shade that number. But either way, once again, anybody buying back in, you got to go talk to Brenda Goebel in the souvenir shop. You got to buy back in fairly quick. All right, you can feel the smile out of his helmet. Chad Pender out of Martinsville will go through that standard transmission down the quarter mile, 1190. He'll have to wait a couple of seconds as Chase Steele with the Blazer 1393 dialed in. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, Mr. Transmission. We have a 2-second difference on these vehicles on the starting line. Street legal. We need you in 3 and 4. Street legal. 3 and 4. Well, looks like Jay Steele, double breakout, takes the win. Advances to the next round. So once again, racers, you bind back in. Box, no box. Go talk to Brenda in the souvenir shop. Well, Scott Lalonde out of Regina running the F-150. I'd like to thank Scott and Glenn Uremko as well as Barry Stetner and Sharita Lalonde. 13:00 will get the head start as Amanda Jacek Flaman 11:80. Just over a second head start for our friend with the truck. So Amanda Jacek Flaman running the Pontiac GTA. Both racers out of Regina. Well, this one's over at the line, double red eyes, but the win will go to Scott Lalonde. And Scott runs a 13:09 and a 13:00, but both vehicles red lit. Amanda Jacek Flaman ran her dial in, but red light at the beginning. All right, still waiting for a few more cars for Street Legal 4, actually. We need you in 3 and 4, Street Legal. All right, 2 more for Street Legal. We're still waiting for in staging. Some of them have been running Sportsman. All right, looks like we are all loaded back in stage and ready to go. All right, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Our next 2 competitors under the start burnout box under the tower. And there's Braden Bentley out with the Trans Am. And he's going to get a head start, 15-15 dialed in. As our friend out of Bigger Saskatchewan, Walter Fruit Loop Furnette's 2008 Corvette 1093. So let's say it's 11 seconds. We're looking at about a 4-second head start. Boy, oh boy, we've got some real estate to catch up with that Corvette. Let's watch the starting line. Well, will he do it? No, he doesn't. Braden Bentley. Double breakout. So Braden takes the win. Good job, guys. So once again, racers, if you got eliminated in that first round, you got to make your way down to the souvenir shop, talk to Brenda, re-enter in the box, no box class. Roy Wright with the Tesla out of Vanskoy, 12:30 dialed in. We'll have to wait. Sarah Stinson out of Indonesia, that's right. Tembaga Kapura, 14:38 dialed in. Well, she's originally from Saskatchewan, but I guess she needed to go somewhere else to learn the rest of the alphabet. I don't know. I thought Saskatchewan had enough letters in there, right? I'm teasing. Corey's going to be here in about 3 weeks to come to visit. And the round goes to Roy Wright with the Tesla. All right, Emmett Weeks out of Saskatoon, D150, 1444 dialed in. We'll have to wait. Chad Novak with the head start. The convertible Mustang out of Kenora, 1502 dialed in. And top of the quarter mile, it's Emmett Weeks with the win. Mopar with Mopar, Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon with the Super Coupe, 1223. Oh boy, we're going to call this a headhunt race. We got over a 6-second head start for Matt Hendry out of Dundurn with a D150 Dodge truck. So we call it a headhunt race. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of real estate distance between these two. Evan's going to have to wait at that starting line. Boy, oh boy, he's going to have to catch up in 6 seconds. Let's see what he does. Well, it's over at the line. Looks like it's a red eye for Evan. So Matt Hendry, 1847 or 1845, you had it. So once again, racers, if you're out the first round, you need to make your way down. Talk to Brenda in the souvenir shop and re-enter box. No box. All right, just making some preparation. We're going to run our junior dragsters right away here. And that was the first round of eliminations. And once again, racers, if you got put out the first round, got to go see Brenda in the souvenir shop to buy back in box, no box. And yes, the 50-50 ticket got claimed. Jim Yaremko, congratulations. let's go. Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. And final call for box, no box buybacks. We need you at the souvenir shop buying back in if you're in. Final call for buybacks. Go talk to Brenda in the souvenir shop. All right, Leah Jasic out of Regina with a single pass, 1190 dialed in. So she gets the bye. All right, Leah left the gates, 104 reaction time through the 8th mile, 12:17, 49 miles an hour. Second call, Pro, 5 and 6, find your partner and let's go. Pro, 5 and 6, let's go. Final call. Anybody wants to buy back in, box, no box, you got to go see Brenda in the souvenir shop right now. All right, so the next round, Thomas Jasic out of Regina, dialed in 1190. We'll have to wait. Victoria Desjardins out of Regina, dialed in at a 1481, sponsored by Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Papa, and Link Trailers. Well, we're going to have to back them out and restage them again. Victoria got on the gate there. So, okay, we got to restage these cars. They got to light the first pair of lights. It's called the pre-stage. Then the stage, which is a second row of yellows. And that will tell Sherry that we are ready to go. Uh-oh, red eye, but boy, Victoria, you didn't miss it by much, an 037 red light. So it looks like Thomas Jasic Flaman will be up against his sister, Leah Jasic Flaman. All right, just going to prep the track here again and make preparations. Pro, you should be finding your partner, and let's go. 5 and 6, Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, let's go. And once again, you should have been buying back already. Brenda at the souvenir shop. That was final call. We'll give you one more minute. But yes, if you're buying back in, we need you at the souvenir shop ASAP right now. Box, no box. For the first round, if you've lost, you can buy back in. Well, how is the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens doing? Are you guys doing all right? Jody's doing okay? That's good. We got some hands moving up there. Look at that. We got some more seating coming up there. Thank you so much, Floyd Scribner and crew that have been working away on that. Couple new sections of grandstand. And once again, Jody, she's running the beer gardens. Thank you, Jody. Serving the good Great West product. Once again, if anyone buys Great West, if you want to give us your receipt, that would help us out. What we do is we buy their product. They increase our sponsorship here at the track. So all you got to do is send us your receipt stating which Great Western product you bought, and they will help us out. As well, you can email or text SDRA, or you can give your receipt, which I did earlier today to Jody. I just gave her my receipt. So it's got to say, of course, Great Western on that, right? So once again, thank you guys. All right, track's being touched up once again. And Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. All right, make your way to Hector's Grub Hub. Yes, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, ice cream. They've got everything, right? Yes, they do. Absolutely. They might even help you with catering if you need. That's right. Doesn't hurt to ask. And family, they do a lot of sporting events out in Martinsville and Warman as well out in Saskatoon. With family reunion stuff. If you need caterers, you never know. Talk to them and see what happens, right? All right, the track is almost there. And Pro, you guys should be ready to go. Pro, let's go. All right, still waiting for a few more cars in Pro. Once again, Pro 5 and 6, let's go. All right, a few more cars coming in. I think we're just waiting for a couple more yet. looks like all the cars are now in staging for pro. All right, our next pair, second round eliminations here, the Queen City Performance Pro class. Mike Alexander out of Regina, 64 Belvedere, 10:15 dialed in. We'll have to wait. As our friend out of Medicine Hat, Randy Stowe, will get the head start, 11:75 dialed in. So I'm looking at about a second and a half head start. Randy sponsored by City Auto out of Medicine Hat, and Scholler Enterprises out of Bigger. And it's a clean start at the line. Side by side, the winner is Mike Alexander, 10:15 on a 10:15 dial-in. Randy Stowe broke out, ran a little too quick. Our next pair out of the burnout box, Dale Weist out of Regina, run the old 442, 10:46 dialed in. He'll wait as Frank Pahozov, Cam Buster out of Yorkton will get the head start. 12:03 dialed in. Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Surges Tire, and OK Tire, his sponsors. And top end, it is Dale Weist with the win. Good to see Amy Schwab behind the steering wheel of the S10. That's right, Amy driving the S10 today at 10:21 dialed in. She will have to wait. Brian Hicks gets the head start at 11:24, so about a second head start for our friend with Schvell out of Regina. And Amy Schwab with the win. Well, the Battle of the Stout. We've got Mopar with Mopar, 68 Charger. That's Ryan Appleby. Second generation Appleby Racing Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star Bennett Auto and ABS Competition, 981 dialed in. How about this? 980 dialed in on the Dodge D100 1/100th of a second difference. Andrew Ella, Balgoni, Saskatchewan. 1/100th of a second difference, folks. And Ryan Appleby with the win. Super Pro 5 and 6, Super Pro 5 and 6, let's go. All right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan, 2008 Corvette on the line, 1086 dialed in. He will get the head starters. Doherty at 1017 on the Lindo Concrete Supply Challenger. Calls himself Bad Influence. Ryan Doherty out of Saskatoon. And it's over at the line, unfortunately. Walter Burnett's with the red eye. Doherty, let's take a look. 1017 down the quarter mile. 1019. Doherty's in the next round. Second call, Super Pro 5 and 6. Second call, Super Pro 5 and 6. Plum Crazy on line first. Glenn Henry out of Dundurn, 1057 will wait. Kim Gulliher out of Saskatoon approaching the starting line. Superior Diesel, RWH, ABS competition, as well as Outcast Racing are sponsors. Run of the Pontiac Acadian, 11:16. And it's over. Red eye for Glenn Henry. Kim Gallagher, how about it? Oh boy, breaks out. She may want to shave the number, but she's in the next round. She ran quicker, 11:12 on 11:16. Well, friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Jansen Atten out of Outlook with the Camaro, 1060 dialed in. He'll get the head start. Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, second generation Haru Racing. 946 dialed in. Laser Autobody, RWH Motorsports, Scott and Glenn Yaremko, his sponsors. And Braden would like to thank Mom and Dad as well. 946 to a 1060. And it's a clean start at the line. It is at the top of the quarter mile. And it is Haru, 946, right on the number with a 5. Jansen Atten breaks out, 1059 on a 1060. 1/100th of a second. Super Pro 5 and 6, Super Pro 5 and 6, let's go. All right, the Battle of Mustangs here. We got the 68 Mustang out of Martin and Laureen Marchuk. A 1031 dialed in. ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Repair, his sponsors. He'll get the head start as Brandon Bennett out of White City with the Mustang, a 917. So we got an 84 Mustang and a 68 Mustang. And Martin Marchuk having some problems, pulls over, says, I gotta stop. Still under power. So Brandon Bennett takes the win. First call for testers 1 and 2. First call testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair out of southern Saskatchewan. That's the Johnsons out of Lumsden. That's Dale behind the wheel of the Camaro. 1079 approaching the starting line. You'll have to wait as Dave Kerr out of Regina, 1241 dialed in. We'll get the head start. So just over a second head start for our friend with the 62 Fury. And it's a red eye for Dale Johnson, so Dave Fuzzy Carr will take the win, 1241. Let's see what he does at the top end. Oh boy, 1237, Dave, you may want to shave that number a bit, but you know what? You're in the next round. First call for Sportsman 3 and 4, Sportsman 3 and 4. Second call, Testers 1 and 2, Testers 1 and 2. And Camden Fiesel looks like he's got a 1046 single run. Gonna see if this number's gonna bring him in. Well, Camden's on his game, an 018 reaction time. How about a 1048 on a 1046? 2/100ths of a second difference. I'd say, Camden, you're ready for the next round. Well, door slammer with dragster. Chris Gergester of Dundurn, 65 Belvedere, 963 dialed in. Chris with the door slammer will get the head start as Richard and Jones Copic out of Saskatoon. Dialed in at 817 on that dragster, spot by Provincial Vodka and Sewer and Poland Mechanical. Chris Gergester runs the number. Wow. So he takes the win with the door slammer. Skopic, boy, oh boy, 817 runs at 820. Chris Gergester right on the number. Testers 1 and 2, Testers 1 and 2, Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. Looks like we're taking something off the track here on the Tiger Automotive Lane. Looks like we're cleared and ready to go. So once again, Sportsman 3 and 4, Testers 1 and 2. All right, Jack Appleby. It looks like it'll be a single pass for him. 9:36 out of Emerald Park. That's up southern Saskatchewan. Either a competitor broke or he's got a bye run. Sportsman 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Jack Appleby out of the starting line. 097 reaction time. 9:36 the number on the quarter mile. Oh boy, 9:35. 1/100th of a second too quick. Jack may want to shade that number, but either way, you're in the next round, Jack. All right, happy 30th birthday, Taylor Fees out of Regina. 813 dialed in on that dragster. He will get half the weight. No, Kim Bernard's getting a head start. A 914 on the door slammer, a second difference. Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Camaro spots by Schulte Industries and Stein Electric. And top end, Taylor Fiesel, 814 on an 813. Kim Bernard ran a little too quick, 1/100th of a second too quick. Had the reaction time. Taylor Fiesel, happy birthday. You're in the next round. Our next pair out of the burnout box, Arlene Harder with the 67 Coon out of Saskatoon, 932 dialed in. She will get the head start. As Richie Harder, RWH Motorsports Dragster, 769 dialed in. Sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. We'll have to wait. Well, clean start at the line, top end. It's the dragster, Richie Harder, 772 and a 769 dial in. That's Rick the Geese out of the burnout box, 68 Nova out of Saskatoon. The car is still for sale, 890 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Travis, or no, sorry, he gets a head start. Travis McBain will have to wait with the dragster, 786 dialed in. Sponsored by Sticker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, GR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Final call for Sportsman 3 and 4. Final call for Sportsman 3 and 4. And it's McBain running the number, 786 with a 1. Wow. Rick DeGeese ran the number as well, 890s. Came down to reaction times. First call, Junior Street, 5 and 6. First call for Junior Street, 5 and 6. Well, he calls it Barney, the 71 Charger out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Jason Howdle, like to thank his wife, his kids, the SIR staff here, and the Lord above. 1037 dialed in. He'll have to wait a bit. Freddie Schwab, 1062. About 0.3 of a second difference on this, folks. Not much. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn, RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. And top end, it is Schwab. 1065 on a 1062. The mullets are back, that's right. Jacob Giesbrecht with the Blue Cougar. And looks like Mason Boschman in the Pontiac Trans Am. And top end, Boschman through, 1012, 1388, the number for Jake Giesbrecht. Looks like we got Jake pulled over. All right, Junior Street, I think you guys are there. All right, still finding out what's going on with Jake. As soon as we figure it out, we'll get the top end cleared. We'll resume more elimination action. Well, we're going to take a look here. So as soon as we're ready to go, we'll get back at her once again. Got Jody looking after everyone at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. You guys are doing okay? All right, we got the hands up. That's right. A few more races will be joining you here as we progress. Oh, we ask, hey, responsible beverages, right? A lot of you probably staying overnight, so that's good. But either way, Jody will look after you. That's right, with some great West product. All we ask, please be responsible. That's right, responsible beverages. That's all we ask. We definitely want to see you come back out here again and again. We did mention earlier, yes, Jim Yaremko did win the 50-50. Congratulations. So it has been claimed. And what a great day, Russ Flaman. Congratulations. He broke the 200 mile per hour twice today. First run was 200 miles per hour, 694 with that Patina GTO. Second pass wasn't there for him. He backed out, but the third one, I'll tell you, 203 miles per hour, 692. Congratulations, Mr. Flaman. All right, he's back. That's right. We got to wish these guys a happy first anniversary. That's right, Misty and Mike Armstrong out of Pelly, Saskatchewan with the Ford Mustang. The Ford Mustang with the Chevy engine. Should I say that out loud? Mark Armstrong out the gates. And it's a solid pass for this Mustang through the quarter mile. 875, 155 miles an hour. New engine. So happy anniversary to the Armstrongs out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. All right. Well, this could be your daddy's Cadillac if you're Sheldon Alderton, right? Blair Alderton. Nitro Image Photography running the Cadillac station wagon. And looks like a good solid pass for Blair down the quarter mile. 10:05, 138 miles an hour. 10:05. I think he's trying to hit 10 seconds. He wants to break 10 seconds on that. He's not far off. First call, Junior Dragster final to stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster final, stage in lane 1. First call. All right, Barbara Stettner on the starting line out of Regina. 82 Camaro going up with Barry Pollard, also out of Regina, with the 76 Roadrunner. Well, reaction time went to Barry Pollard at 020 to a 272. And top end, Barry Pollard got through at 1172, 1321. The time for Barbara Stettner. All right, back into the sportsman class, that's right. Performance Plus, once again, Brian sponsoring the class. Looks like it'll be a bye run or a single run for Roy Wright out of Batskoy with the silent Tesla, 1230 dialed in. And Roy, 066 reaction time. 12:30 is the number. Will he take it? Will he beat it? 12:36. 6/100ths of a second difference. Roy, you're in the next round. Second call, junior dragster final. Stage in lane 1. All right, Chad, the Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora. 2000 Mustang, 1492 dialed in. And he'll get the head start as Jay Steele out of Saskatoon, 1388 dialed in on that Blazer. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, Outcast Racing, and Mr. Transmission as sponsors. And top man, it is Chad Novak with the win. Mopar with Mopar, Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe. 12:23 will be dialed in. We've got a headhunt race on this one, as it's a dial in a 18:45, over 6-second difference on this one. Matt Hendry, Hendry's Motorsports Dodge D150. Well, it's a clean start at the line. And top end, it is Evan Stephenson with the win. 12:25 on a 12:23 dial in. As Matt Hendry broke out, ran an 18:42 on an 18:45. 3/100ths of a second too slow. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. Box and no box, get ready for your call. You haven't been called yet, but get ready. We're going to be calling you. Box, no box, we'll be calling you. All right, out of Regina, Chris Langdon, 74 Duster dialed in, 1178. He'll wait as Emmett Weeks, 1444 on the D150 Dodge truck. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? But it is over. Chris Langdon with the red eye. So Emmett Weeks, let's take a look. 1444 down the quarter mile. And top end, oh boy, 1434. 1/10 of a second too quick. Emmett, change the number. You're in the next round. All right, our next pair, she's on the line first. Hendry's Motorsports, Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn. OK Tire, sponsor 1280 dialed in. Not much of a wait here. 13:00 for Scott Lalonde out of Regina, the Ford F-150. Like to thank Glenn and Scott Urepko, Barry Stetner, and Sharita Lalonde. Well, clean start at the line, top end. And it is Chantel Hendry with the win. Second call for Pro, 3 and 4. Second call for Pro, 3 and 4. Box, no box. You guys should get ready. You're going to be called soon. Gee, I wonder if that's Sullivan Groff under the tower right now. All right, we call this the co-pilot class, the junior street legal. You gotta have a parent. Somebody's gotta have a vehicle. You gotta be 13 years and older. Yes, there's a pile of paperwork you gotta fill out, but you can have some fun family racing here at SIR. Sullivan Groff with Shane 970 dialed into the truck. We'll have to wait. Keenan Embry out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan with the Toyota 1025 dialed in. And top of the 8th, Sully takes the win, 992 on a 970 dial-in. So it looks like Sully will be in the final with Jack Procopue. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bedford. Rich Bedford taking off. Make sure you check out Facebook. He's posting his pictures a little bit later this week. Thank you, Rich. Third call, Pro. We need you in 3 and 4. Pro. Third call, 3 and 4. Let's go. So Sullivan Groff will be meeting Jack Procopue out of Newenlodge. He red lit this round, doesn't matter. He wants to see that 1093 number on the 8th mile. Runs 11:14, may want to add to the number, may want to subtract, may want to keep the number. But Jack, you are in the final with Sullivan. All right, Pro, 3 and 4. We need Pro in 3 and 4. Let's go. Yeah, it was pretty good burnout, Sully. I did hear you. All right, Pro's moving. Pro, 3 and 4. Let's go. First call, Super Pro 5 and 6. First call, Super Pro 5 and 6. Well, it's going to be the battle of Jacek Flamens on this one. Brother and sister, Leah in the VP Fuel lane, dialed in at a 12:07. She'll get the head start. As Thomas Jacek Flamen in the Tiger Automotive lane, 11:98. So we're looking at about, well, I don't know, 1/10 of a second difference, maybe. Watch the Christmas tree. We'll see it. 8 Mile Racing. Second call for Super Pro 5 and 6. Second call, Super Pro 5 and 6. And today's winner, congratulations, Thomas Jasnick Fleming. You took the win as Leia. I can't believe she broke out. She ran too quick. Ran a 12:03 and a 12:07. So yes, the rules apply to everyone. Doesn't matter how old you are. She ran a little too quick, so Thomas is today's winner. All right, pro's just about there. I think we're waiting for one more. And Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. And box or no box, you guys should be ready. We're going to be calling you in a bit. You're not called just yet. Box, no box, you should be getting ready. All right, as soon as the juniors are back in the pits, we'll be getting ready to go once again. Third round eliminations. Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. First call, no box 1 and 2. First call, no box 1 and 2. And let's put your hands together. Today's winner in junior dragster, Thomas Jasnick Fleming. You guys are in the stands. Please put your hands together. Today's winner, junior dragster. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Congratulations, Thomas. Good job, buddy. All right, our next pair both out of Regina. Dale Weist winning the Olds. That's right, he's a true Olds guy. Running the Olds engine, 1046 dialed in. He'll have to get the head start. Sorry, 978 for the Mopar. That's right, Ryan Appleby out of Regina. Sponsored by Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition. And it is Appleby. He is on fire here. No 0-2 reaction time. 982 out of 978. He's in the next round. Second call, low box 1 and 2. No box 1 and 2. Once again, no box to stage and lanes, only no box. All right, our next pair, Kim Geller out of Saskatoon. Superior Diesel, LWH Motorsports, ABS Competition. Outcast Racing are sponsors. 1111 dialed in. Head start, 1048 for Captain Fiesel, but it's over at the line. Captain Fiesel, 1048. Let's take a look. Top end. Runs a 1043. May want to shade the number. All right, our next pair, Amy Schwab back in the wheel. That's right, 88 S10, RWH S10 Motorsports truck. 1026 dialed in. She'll get the head start as Braden Haru, 944 dialed in. Old 442, Laser Autobot at RWH Motorsports. Scott and Glenn Uremko, mom and dad, he'd like to thank. And clean start at the line. And Braden Haru takes the win, 945 out of 944. First call for box 3 and 4. Box 3 and 4. All right, our next pair, Southern Saskatchewan, White City, Brandon Bennett with the Mustang 919 dialed in. He'll wait. Mike Alexander will get the head start. 1015 dialed in. The 64 Belvedere. He's out of Regina. And top end, Brandon Bennett sneaks a 917. Well, everyone double breakout. That's what happened. So Brandon Bennett takes the win, double breakout. right, our next pair, we've got Mopar with Mopar, 1237 dialed in, 62 Fury out of Regina, Dave Fuzzy Curve. He'll get the head start as the Bad Influence Challenger, Ryan Doherty, 1017 dialed in. He's out of Saskatoon, Lindahl Concrete Supply out of Hague, his sponsor. So Ryan will have to wait, 1017 to a 1237. And it's Bad Influence, runs a 10-16 on 10-17 double breakout. Ryan Doherty takes the win. Box, we need you in stage lanes 3 and 4. Second call for Box. On the line first, Fred Schwab out of Dundurn, 75 Hornet, AMC 1063 dialed in. RWH Motorsports is sponsor. He will get the head start as Chris Kurgaster out of Dundurn as well with the Plymouth 65 Belvedere, 961, about a second difference on these cars. And top end, it is Chris Kurgaster with the win. Freddie Schwab breaks out. Box class, we need you in 3 and 4. Third call for box, 3 and 4. Well, we got Dragster with Dragster. Taylor Fiesel out of Regina. Happy birthday. He's 30 years old today. 814 will get the head start as Rich Harder. 770 needed on his rear engine dragster out of Saskatoon. Rich sponsored by Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. Over. Taylor Fiesel with a red eye. He ain't gonna like his time slip in 0048 for 1,000th of a second red eye. And you ran at 8:15. It was a good run for Taylor. Unfortunately, red eye. So Richie Harder in the next round runs his number, a 770. Good drag racing. And that's Travis McBain making the noise out of the burnout box. First call for testers, 5 and 6. Testers, 5 and 6. First call. All right, our next pair up, it is Jack Appleby, 934 dialed in on the dart. Up against the dragster, Travis McBain out of Saskatoon, 785. Travis will have to wait. Sponsored by the Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. And it is Travis McBain, 786 out of 785. Jack Appleby broke out, ran a 933 and a 934, had the reaction time 006. All 3-0, but it's McBain with the win. Second call for testers, 5 and 6. Second call, testers, 5 and 6. All right, our next pair up, it's Ken Daly up with Mr. McIntosh. Jared McIntosh dialed in at 973, 1020 for Ken Daly. So Daly's getting up the weight. Oh, red eye for Jared McIntosh. Boy, Ken Daly, red eyes as well, 006. But he takes the win, 1019, breaks out as well. Would have been a double breakout. So, long story short, Ken Daly took the win. Testers, 5 and 6. Testers, 5 and 6. Our next pair, Heather Bennett running the Mustang out of White City. 1104 is dialed in. She will get the head start in the VP fuel lane as Tyson Darrenowski out of Saskatoon. 1096 dialed in on that S10. Well, it's over at the starting line, double red eyes. Tyson Darrenowski missed the perfect light by 0015, 1/1000 of a second. And he breaks out, but either way, Tyson, you're in the next round. All right, Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 63 Acadian, 992 dialed in. He'll get the head start. Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park, 933 dialed in. All right, a little confused on that one. Looks like Rob Phillips rolled through the line, so Mark Bennett will take the win on that one. And Mike Kilbride with the single pass, 70 dart, 1126 dialed in. Wants to see if that number will take him into the next round. In no box. And Mike Kilbride on his game, 1127, 1126 dial-ins, got the right number. Testers 5 and 6, testers 5 and 6, let's go. All right, and this is the box. We got 3 racers in there. Street Legal 1 and 2. Street Legal 1 and 2. All right, Door Slammer versus Altered Bantam. That's right, Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake running the 32 Altered Bantam with the Browns. That's right, Rick Brown. Testers 5 and 6. Testers 5 and 6. Well, top end of the track, and it is Rick Brown with the win, double breakout. So it is Brown with the Corvette in the next round. Street Legal 1 and 2. Street Legal second call 1 and 2. And Barry Stedner, the BBJ 5-star 67 Camaro. Well, Barry Stedner out of Regina, 967 dialed in. Let's see if that's the number for the next round. Oh, 968. I'd say Stedner's ready. So it looks like it will be a Door Slammer versus the Door Slammer, Rick Brown, with Barry Stedner in the box class. Street Legal, we need you in 1 and 2. Street Legal 1 and 2. All right, Dave Case, they're doing some testing on the 64 Savoy for tomorrow. All right, Street Legal 1 and 2. Street Legal 1 and 2. And Dave Caster down the track. He gets through it at 1068, 109 miles an hour. All right, Chad Penner with the standard transmission Mustang. Good reaction time, Chad, and 058 down the track. His test pass gets through at 11:44, 121 miles an hour. All right, Garrett going down the track with a passenger. Let's see what he's going to do here. Can't go faster than 14 seconds, correct? First call for pro, 3 and 4. And Garrett got through at 14:24, 72 miles an hour. All right, Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Well, Braden Bentley on the line first out of Warman, running the Pontiac Trans Am, 1511 dialed in. He'll get the head start. The silent Tesla at advance going Roy Wright. We'll have to wait. 1234 dialed in on the Tesla. Well, Roy Wright with the red light. Braden Bentley takes the win. 1511 dialed in. Let's see if the number works for him. Darren Simcoe's happy, right? 1522. I think he's got the number. Second call for pro, 3 and 4. Second call pro, 3 and 4. Well, we got Mopar. How about Mopar truck? Matt Henry, 1840 dialed in. He'll get the head start. Emmett Weeks, 1437. And it's over. Unfortunately, Emmett out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Matt Henry, 014 reacts time. Let's take a look. 1840 is his number. And Matt Henry breaks out. First call for Sportsman 1 and 2. First call, Sportsman 1 and 2. Pro 3 and 4. Pro 3 and 4. Second call, Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Pro 3 and 4. Sorry, Sportsman 1 and 2. Sportsman 1 and 2. And Pro 3 and 4. Pro and 3 and 4. Sportsman 1 and 2. Sportsman 1 and 2. Pro 3 and 4. Pro 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4. Sportsman 1 and 2. All right, still waiting for a couple more cars here. Sportsman 1 and 2, Pro 3 and 4. Junior Street Final, co-pilot class 5 and 6. Junior Street Legal co-pilot class final 5 and 6. Looks like we got everyone there now. Well, looks like Camden Fiesel on the line first out of Regina, running the 79 Nova. Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspection. 1042 dialed in. He'll get the head start. As the Lindo Concrete Supply, Bad Influence Challenger, Ryan Doherty, 1015 dialed in. And it's Camden Fiesel in the next round. Runs a number right on at 1042 with a 5. Doherty broke out, ran a little too quick. Our next pair up, both from southern Saskatchewan. Ryan Appleby out of Regina with the 68 Charger. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star Bennett's Auto at ABS Competition, 974 for the Charger. So Appleby will get the head start as Brandon Bennett, 916 on the 84 Mustang out of White City. Oh, what a launch by Appleby. Unfortunately, a red eye, so the win goes to Brandon Bennett. And he's not going to like his time slip. He broke out as well. So Brandon Bennett's ready for the next round. Ryan Appleby red lit, and then he broke out. First call, Trooper Pro 3 and 4. First call, Trooper Pro 3 and 4. Well, Braden Huru up with a single pass, 944. You know he's going to try to run it. Wants to see if the number's going to bring him home. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott Glenn, your Remco, and thanks Mom and Dad as well. And he breaks out. May want to shape that number, but Braden, you're in the next round. 943 with a 7 on a 944. You got a decision to make, but you're in there. Chad Novak out of Kenora with the Mustang. 1492 will get the head start. There's Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. Super Coupe 1222 dialed in. Super Pro, second call, 3 and 4. Super Pro, 3 and 4, second call. And top end, Stephenson with the win, 1222, right on the number. Double red eyes, but boy, oh boy. Evan Stephenson, you took the win. Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn, 1277 dialed in on the Duster. So she will get a bit of a head start. Roy Wright out of Vanscoy with the Tesla, 1234. So roughly about a half a second difference on these cars. And top end, it is Chantel Hendry with the win. Super Pro, staging lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, 3 and 4. Emmett Weeks out of Saskatoon, 1437. Looks like he's got a single pass. Wants to make sure that number takes him into the next round. And top end, oh boy, 1435. Emmett, you may want to shave it a couple of hundreds, but either way, buddy, you're in the next round in Sportsman. Super Pro, 3 and 4. Super Pro, 3 and 4. Gee, I wonder who that was. Sullivan Groff out of Dundurn with the square body Chevy truck. 970 dialed in. We'll have to wait. Jack Brockapue with the Ford truck gets the head start, 1103. First call, no box, 1 and 2. First call, no box, 1 and 2. So this is for the Junior Street Legal Final, and it's over at the starting line. Unfortunately, Jack Brockapue out of the gates a little too quick with the red light. A 131 rack time for Sullivan Groff. Congratulations, Sully. You won today. 954. You would have broke out big time as well as Jack. But either way, today's winner, Sullivan Groff. That's right, Butler Byers sponsored Junior Street Legal. And there is our Super Pro, guys. Once again, no box, 1 and 2. No box, 1 and 2. And today's winner, Sullivan Groff in Junior Street Legal. Congratulations, Sully. Good job, Jack. Good race. All right, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. Rich Harder looks like he's got the single pass, 770 dialed in. On the Northern Blacktop RWH Motorsports Laser Auto Body Triumph Construction Dragster. No box, we need you in 1 and 2. No box, 1 and 2. Well, Richie Harder, 770 dialed in. Let's take a look, top end. Well, Richie Harder will either meet Travis McBain out of the burnout box. He'll be dialed into 785 Snooker Shack. Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical is sponsors. 785. Chris Kurgester, 962. Testers, 5 and 6. First call for testers, 5 and 6. At the top of the quarter mile, it is Rich Harder meeting Travis McBain. It'll be an all dragster final in the OK Tire, well, actually, Super Pro class. Right on the number, 785 with a 9. Travis McBain, 037 reaction time. It's going to be a heck of a final. Testers, 5 and 6. Tester to 5 and 6. No box, you guys are there. Once again, testers 5 and 6. Testers 5 and 6. All right, we are coming down to the last 4 competitors in no box. All right, our next pair, it is the no box semifinal. Tyson Duranowski out of Saskatoon, 1093 dialed in. He'll get the head start. Mark Bennett, 935 with the door slammer duster. It's over. Red eye, unfortunately, for Tyson Duranowski. Mark Bennett, 935. Let's take a look. Top of the quarter mile. Runs a 933. Mark Bennett, you may want to shape that number, but you're in the final. First call, box final, 3 and 4. First call, box final, 3 and 4. Mopar with Mopar. How about dart versus dart? Ken Daly with the white dart. 10:18 will have to wait. Mike Kilbride will get the head start with the blue dart. 11:26 dialed in. And it's a clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile. It's Ken Daly with the win, 10:18 on a 10:18. Mike Kilbride breaks out around 11:24 and 11:26. 2/100ths of a second, a little too quick. So Ken Daly in the final with Mark Bennett, all Mopar. Box final, we need you in 3 and 4. Second call, box final. All right, the Cadillac is back once again. Blair Alderton making another pass with that station wagon. Well, let's take a look. Blair Alderton, boy, oh boy, he was darn close. A 10:01, he's trying to beat 10 seconds. 139 miles an hour, a 10:01 on that pass. Well, I tell you, that was straight as an arrow out of the burnout box. Mike Armstrong from Pelly, Saskatchewan. And he is back. First ride this year at SIR. And once again, happy first anniversary to Mike and Misty Armstrong out of Pelly. Red eye, but I'll tell you, that car sunk down on the traction. Mike Armstrong down the quarter mile. How about a 871, 154 miles an hour? Box final, we need you in 3 and 4. Box final, 3 and 4. Well, the new ride out of Prince Albert, I love the 72 Monte Carlo. Now he switched it up to a 69 Camaro. Dawson says, I'll tell you, it is a fast car. What a run! Tire chatter at the starting line. Goes through to 852, 164 miles an hour. Well, the numbers are dwindling, folks. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Soon the finals. Right now, we're waiting for the box final 3 and 4. And Chad Penner up to make one more pass. Well, Chad making a pass didn't feel right for him. He just backed out of it. He's going to go down the quarter mile. First call, street legal final 5 and 6. Street legal final 5 and 6. We're getting down to the last pairs here, folks. And pro, we need you in 1 and 2. Pro in 1 and 2. All right, are we doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Garden? You guys are doing okay? You kind of grew in a few numbers. There we go. I see Jody's been looking after you very well. Just make sure we get home safe, right? Unless you're staying at the track, right? Definitely want to make sure you get home safe. We want you come back to SIR again and again. All right, we are getting down to the final numbers here. Street legal final 5 and 6. Pro, we need you in 1 and 2. All right, these guys got taken out the first round. This is the box final. And Southern Saskatchewan final it is. Well, we got Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head with the Corvette. And Rick's dialed in at 769. He'll have to wait as Barry Stetner. 67 BBJ 5-star Camaro. Barry and Barbara Stetner, 967. Barry will get the head start. Nice run, Mike. Very straight. At the top end, it is Rick Brown with the win. Right on the number. 969 with an 8. Stetner dialed in at 967, went through at a 972. Man, oh man, maybe 4 or 5 hundredths of second difference on that run, but Rick Brown wins the box final. And Pro, we need you in 1 and 2. Pro, we need you in 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal Final. We got Matt Hendry dialed in at 1835. Sponsored by Hendry's Motorsports. Like to thank Glenn and Anita as well. So Matt Hendry will get the head start at 1835 on the D150 truck. As Braden Bentley out of Warman, 97 Trans Am, 1522. So we are looking at about a 3-second head start. And this is going to be decided at the top end. Today's winner, Audio Warehouse Street Legal. Congratulations, Braden Bentley runs a 1512 and a 1522. That's called the breakout. Matt Hendry, 1811 on 1835. Either way, Braden Bentley, congratulations. You're today's winner in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Second call, Sportsman. We need you in 5 and 6. Second call, Sportsman. All right, put that together, Braden Bentley winning the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class today. Matt Hendry running up. All right, down to 3 vehicles in pro. Congratulations, Rick Brown. Good job. Good job, Barry. It looks like Brendan Bennett will be meeting either Braden Haru or Camden Fiesel in the final. Haru with the 68 Cutlass 442, 943 dialed in. 1042 for Camden Fiesel, a second difference between both vehicles. And Braden Haru got the reaction time, zips right by, double breakout. But it will be Braden Haru meeting this guy with the Mustang. That's right, Brandon Bennett out of Regina. Final call, testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. We are dwindling in numbers, so if you want to get a test pass in, 1 and 2 testers. And Brandon Bennett 011-910 dialed in. Let's take a look what the Mustang will do down the quarter mile. 932, so I don't know, Brandon, you got a decision, but either way, you're in the final. All right, Evan Stephenson looks like he's got the single pass, 1220 dialed in. No box final, 3 and 4. No box final, 3 and 4. Evan Stephenson dialed in at 1220 down the quarter mile, goes through it at 1220 with a 7. I'd say Evan Stephenson is ready for the final in Sportsman. Well, Mopar with Mopar, it's Chantel Hendry up against Emmett Weeks. Emmett with the truck, 1437 dialed in. We'll get the head start. Chantel, sponsored by OK Tire, will have to wait. 1275 dialed in on the yellow Duster. And Chantel Hendry is in the final. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. No box final, 3 and 4. All right. One of the guys working the burnout box. Can you come on up to the tower? We need... Super Pro 5 and 6. Let's go. Super Pro 5 and 6. Let's go. So anybody want to test? 1 and 2 is still open. No box final, 3 and 4. And Super Pro 5 and 6. Richard Skopik, could you come to the tower, please? Richard, to the tower. All right, testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. No box 3 and 4. No box 3 and 4. And Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. And we are almost getting there, folks. Just a few more rounds. Once again, testing lanes 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. No box 3 and 4. No box 3 and 4. Super Pro 5 and 6. All right, another test pass here. The Flying Flamin out of Regina. Nice and straight. Russ Flamin had 3 runs today. 1 run didn't do very well, but his third pass, personal best, 203 miles per hour, 692 down the quarter mile, under 7 seconds on a door slammer. So it's a steel body car, yes, but it's got a lot of fiberglass panels, but it is a very quick car. He's going for top end. How about a 699, 171 miles an hour? Wow. And there's our Super Pro final, 5 and 6. All right, Chad Penner up again with that red standard transmission Mustang. Sportsman final 1 and 2. Sportsman final 1 and 2. Stage and lanes are now closed for testing. Stage and lanes closed for testing. And Chad Penner through the quarter mile. Yeah, he slowed her down. Something wasn't right, so it's just a test pass, folks, right? Sportsman, we need you in 1 and 2. Sportsman final 1 and 2. All Mopar final, Southern Saskatchewan. Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. Ken Daly out of Regina. Well, she's over at the line. Unfortunately, Mark Bennett with the red eye. Today's winner, Ken Daly. No box final. Let's take a look. 10-10. He goes through to 10-15. Ken Daly's today's winner in no box. Sportsman, we need you in 1 and 2. Sportsman final 1 and 2. And side-by-side burnouts, Travis McBain out of Saskatoon, Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, dialed in a 784. Well, he's going to get a bit of a head start. 772 is the number on Richie Harder's dragster. He's sponsored by Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And today's winner, OK Tire Super Pro. Congratulations, Travis McBain, 783 and a 784. Yes, double breakout. McBain takes the win. And the word we're waiting for, all finalists to the staging lanes, all finalists to the staging lanes. And another Mopar final again. Evan Stephenson with Chantel Hendry in the Sportsman final. Profile to the staging lanes. Profile to the staging lanes. All right, Evan Stephenson up with Chantel Hendry, the yellow duster out of Dundurn, 1270 dialed in. Chantel will get a bit of a head start as it's a 1218 dialed in on the Super Coupe. And it's over at the line, unfortunately, a red eye for Evan Stephenson. Chantel Hendry, congratulations, 1270 down the track. And she runs the number with the 1. Congratulations, Chantel Hendry, today's winner in Sportsman. And yes, someone did take the 50-50. We mentioned it a few times earlier today. That's right. Jim Yarenko, the winner today. And congratulations, Travis McBain, today's winner in the OK Tire Super Pro. Runner-up, Richie Harder. Evan Stephenson, runner-up. Good job, buddy. Right in the final. Chantel Henry, the winner today. All right, pro final. We need you in staging. Pro final. We need you in staging. Pro finalists to the staging lanes. One last final. Pro finalists, we need you in staging. Pro finalists to the staging lanes. All right, we got the one finalist. One more coming up. Pro final, and we are done for the day. And congratulations, Mr. McBain, today's winner, the OK Tire Super Pro. Good job, Travis. All right, the final run of the day. That's right, Queen City Performance Pro Class final. And we are done after this. We get to wipe the slate clean once again. Tomorrow morning, we're starting at 9 o'clock. There we go. Gates open at 7. And the final pass of the day here. That's right, the Queen City Performance Pro Class. The Battle of Purple. All right, we got Brandon Bennett running the Mustang at a White City 917 dialed in the BP fuel lane. He'll have to wait. Braden Haru with a bit of a head start at 941 dialed in. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Like to thank Scott and Glenn Uremko and his mom and dad. 941 dialed in for Braden Haru. Well, they're side by side. And it is Braden Haru, today's winner, 941 on the number. Brandon Bennett right on his number. Came down to reaction times, an 04 to an 01. Congratulations, everybody. We are wiping the slate clean. We start all over again tomorrow. Everyone have a safe trip home. We'll see you again.